Guys, it's here, guys. Guys. It's finally here, guys. It's finally here. It's finally here. The China Rework. All right. After this, let's get right into it. What's up? Hi. I'm here. This is there. China Rework. South China Rework. Guys. Anyway. Look at this beautiful art, man. Like, perfect. Kaiserreich 1.6. What happened in June? It has come out yesterday. Now I was debating, do I get myself to stay up late to stream this? But in the end, I chose my sleep first. So yeah, now we're here. It's 1 p.m. Central European time. A bit unusual. But yeah. Everything is fine, right? You can hear me. You can hear everything. It's so great seeing China here. From the thumbnail, you can already guess what we're gonna be playing and which faction we're gonna play. It's right, the Right Kuomintang. Because if you've looked at my channel, you would see that there's barely any Right Kuomintang content there. And that's why we're doing this today. I'm just gonna activate these things. Yeah. But without further ado, let's get right in. Which path you're gonna play? I don't know. Either someone asked it in the Discord, and I said either I'm gonna go with the flow or I'm gonna let chat decide. So we'll see. Yeah, Nepal got a focus tree. Wow. Because yeah, that's what we're hyped about right now, right? Nepal focus tree. That's the big thing here. Which Chinese faction is fun to play besides the Mingan insurgency? Well, I would say the new ones, they're fun to play. Now, now that it's very early and a lot of time, I have a lot of time, I kind of want to read through the events that are going to happen. Because I want to see what they cooked with those. Now at the beginning, I'm just going to do my usual stuff. Don't really think I need to change anything there. But anyway, now a lot of things have changed. And not just the focus trees, also the map has changed a bit. I think they gave this tile here to Mongolia now. It was before that it belonged to Tanatuba here. So that's cool. But other border changes, of course, is the Shandong border here now more or less aligned with the actual province borders, which I like more because it always annoyed me that the western part of Shandong was in Henan. But yeah, they also changed Chile province a bit here, giving this long thing here in the town now, which makes the Chile province actually look like the Chile province. And of course, we also finally got a few changes down here with this now, I guess. And yeah, also here up north a bit changes in the Sichuan borders. And of course, then here also a few changes. Plus, they removed the state here and now united northern Guangxi into one state. So, cool. But yeah, other changes, of course, are Liangguang and Yunnan. Liangguang now starts with Lu Yuguang. Lu Rongting no longer is there, he already died. So, rest in peace. And yeah, though they're not really fully in control of everything here. You can see that by the this situation here. So you see right here, they only fully control Nanning. Even like the western regions of Guangxi is under control of the Kuomintang, and the others are all just disputed between them. And the Federalists control the Hainan. Yeah. Now, Yunnan also has no brand new focus tree, with brand new paths, with brand new things, with a lot of things, so I'm gonna have a lot of things to do in the next weeks. But yeah, they still are led by Tang Jiao. Nothing much changed in that one. I guess the only thing that does change is the parties and, you know, the build up of Yunnan. But yeah. We, of course, have also a brand new focus tree, and that's not all. That's just phase 1. That's just phase 1. But yeah, we can either go with the Right Kuomintang, the regionalists, and the federalists. We also got some new army stuff, and I saw militia stuff here, so that could be interesting to go down. It's only for the region. No, yeah, it's only for the regionalists and Kuomintang though. So we could actually do that. But yeah. Oh yeah, also the borders up here got changed a bit. Anyway, we also have complete new advisors, complete new trades and stuff like that. Really cool, really cool. And a lot of new generals. Not new generals, a lot of. Very cool, very cool. Very, very cool. But yeah, let us begin. Is Enforcer Liangguang or Right Kuomintang? Did they remove left Kuomintang path for Liangguang? I don't know. I've not played that hard yet. And I also don't really remember. I did read the progress reports, dev reports, whatever. But let's just say it's been a while since they dropped, so I'm a bit out of the loop again. But yeah. Now, as I said, I'm gonna try and read through these events, so sorry if you don't like that much and want to see gameplay, but yeah. I don't want to use this now, and can I see what they did here? Already a great start. Crumbling hegemonies in China. With the lunar year approaching, League Marshal Sun Chuanfang has summoned the governors to the League of 8 Provinces to Nanjing for their annual conference. Notably, not in attendance is Governor Zhao Hengti of Hunan, Viceroy Lu Yuguang of Liangguang, or his adopted brother Governor Ma Ji of Guangxi. Shen Hongying, the quasi-recognized governor of Guangdong, has attended, ostensibly in the old Guangxi clique's stead. Though the High Warlord era in China ended with the Geely reunification of China, politics in a fragmented nation remains a complicated mess of personal ties and power networks that evade any clear hierarchies. On the face of it, the northern Geely government in Beijing is at the top of the pyramid, with Cao Kun and Wu Paifu de facto rulers of the nation. Sun Chuanfang's League of 5 Provinces, basis of the southern Geely clique, expanded to 8 in 1929 as a means of challenging the northern Geely's attempts to centralize the nation and disarm the warlords. Sun leveraged his own influence over Hunan, Guangxi and Guangdong and the declining northern Geely grip on the south following the 4th Geely-Fengtian War to secure their formal entry into the league. The 1932 Shanghai Uprising in turn forced the League to retreat into their core 5 provinces, giving way for Lu Rongting to assert control over Guangdong, shattering Sun Chuanfang-installed governor Shen Hongying's attempts to move southwards and securing the submission of the legation-installed mayor Chen Lianbo of Guangzhou. Hoping to check Sun Chuanfang's power, Cao Kun restored Lu Rongting's title of Viceroy of Liangguang shortly afterwards. Lu Rongting died in 1934, naming his other adopted son Lu Yuguang as Viceroy. 2 years later, all 3 hegemonies, the Jili, the League, and Liangguang, seemed to be crumbling, breaking under the weight of mutual mistrust. For now, the regionalists in Liangguang simply seek to protect their own autonomy. And we're gonna share rank. Can we even trust General Liu to manage Guilin these days? Bam. Warring faction in eastern Guangdong. Eastern Guangdong has severely fragmented over the years, never quite healing from the conflicts of the 1920s. The furthest from the young Guangxi faction's center of power in Nanning and bordering both the League and the Mingan insurgency, the young Guangxi faction's grip is weakest there, allowing for local factions to swell in size. To the northeast in Shen Hongying and his To the northeast is Shen Hongying and his Shen army faction, ruling from the city of Shaoguan, an ambitious old Guangxi clique warlord installed by Sun Chuanfang as governor of Guangdong. He lost the power struggle for Liangguang with the young Guangxi faction of the old Guangxi clique in 1932 and was ejected from his traditional base in Guilin. Shen now manages 2 loyalties. Forced to bend the knee to Lu Rongting's sons, Lu Yuguang and Ma Ji, he retains considerable autonomy thanks to the patronage of Marshal Sun, who uses him to retain influence over Liangguang during the southern Jili's power struggle with the north. Ma Ji, for his part, was a former lieutenant of Wu Paifu, successfully brokering an alliance with the north for his father to counteract the south. This proxy battle has prevented League forces from re-entering Guangdong, but a lack of cooperation has also allowed Mingan insurgents, who do not respect provincial borders, to infiltrate the area. To the southeast are a string of old Guangdong clique army warlords, hostile to both old Guangxi factions. Mayor Chen Lianbo recruited the exiled Chen Zhongming, former governor of Guangdong, to raise an army to protect Guangzhou's autonomy, and Chen once again proved adept at gathering forces around his native Haifeng county. Chen has decided to remain mostly in Guangzhou as a senator, leaving Ye Yu to manage this coalition of year warlords, including Yang Conru of Huizhou and Hong Jiaolin in Chaomei. They are hardly alone, however, with socialist peasants under Peng Pai and his Farmers' Association continuing to fight a brutal insurgency against the year-aligned gentry. Peng Pai sends messengers to Mingan to coordinate operations. We're just gonna be trying to strengthen the Kuomintang as much as possible with these events. A shared future for the 2 Guangs. Liangguang today may be divided and resentful, but they share a considerable common history. The viceroyalty of Liangguang, which literally translates to the 2 Guangs. Guangdong means East Guang, Guangxi means West Guang. Was first established in 1452 by the Qing Tai Emperor of the Ming Dynasty. Both provinces toppled the Qing viceroy in the 1911 Shanghai Revolution, but the following years saw different factions attempt to dominate the region. The old Guangxi clique under Governor Lu Rongting of Guangxi, working with political science clique-aligned warlord Chen Chuan of Guangdong, dominated the constitutional protection government after driving out Beiyang-aligned Governor Long Jigugang and sidelining Sun Yat-sen. They attempted to negotiate with Beiyang in turn, but the poor behavior of their troops and fading political support gave an opening for Chen Zhongming and other Guangdong army officers to raise an army in Fujian and drive out the junta, restoring Sun Yat-sen to power. This led to the 2 Guangdong This led to the two Guangdong-Guangxi wars, which Guangxi lost. The two Guangdong leaders then had a falling out, forcing them to retreat, but in the power vacuum, a Guangzhou-aligned new Guangxi clique junta emerged. After the northern expedition failed, all the Guangxi warlords working with the Geely-dominated Liangguang but fought among themselves for power. In a particularly colorful incident in 1932, Long Rongting ordered improvised bombers to attack Shen Hongying's forces in Guangdong. Meanwhile, the remaining Guangdong warlords and the Guangdong Provincial Assembly rallied around Mayor Chen Lianbo in Guangzhou. Long Rongting secured his hegemony over Liangguang in 1932, with Beijing, Nanning, and Guangzhou all recognizing his positions as viceroy. With his death in 1934, his less competent sons have taken the reins, and now Liangguang is divided and resentful, with many waiting for their chance to seize its future. Sun Yat-sen's revolution continues to burn bright. Nepal also has a focus tree, which, that's what's here important right now. And what also, you have the Yunnan Liangguang focus trees and reworks. You also have Federalist rework, Federalist remnant rework in Sichuan. And Fengtian now has a bit more different, now a different post-unification stuff here, which honestly is way better than before. But yeah. Anti-concessionist violence in Canton. The Jegan Railway project, meant to be the ultimate showplace of Sino-German cooperation, has utterly backfired. The AOG moved to consolidate control over many smaller railroads with the help of corrupt Geely officials, giving them de facto control over what was supposed to be an equal partnership in promoting massive anti-concessionist prompting massive anti-concessionist protests around the country. This has triggered a greater wave of dissent across the nation as the Chinese people's repressed discontentment over economic inequality, Geely authoritarianism, and continued foreign imperialism exploded into the open. In Guangzhou, this has manifested in attacks against the merchants, who are seen as compradors for foreign conglomerates. The merchant elite, who have ruled Guangzhou since the German withdrawal in 1928, have called on Mayor Chen Lianbo to deploy his so-called merchant corps to restore order in the city. This paramilitary, initially formed to protect merchant interests from roving warlords and revolutionaries in the city, were reformed and turned into Chen's enforcers. What the hell? While effective in breaking up smaller strikes, the turmoil engulfing the city has not been seen since the 1925 Canton Hong Kong strike. The Kuomintang, Chinese Syndicalist Party, and various anarchist groups are said to be stoking unrest through their agents in urban unions, but tremendous outpouring of fury against foreign concessions indicates much deeper-rooted anger than all of them combined could muster on their own. Anti-concessionist beliefs extend to the intellectual class as well. Progressives and other members of the central left, most notably the Chinese Renaissance Society and the Public Interest Party, have also denounced the AOG. Dissatisfied with the reactionary warlords and conservative merchant government, they have begun to call for peaceful but decisive reforms in the Chinese political system. Their influence provides a distinct tug on student groups, pulling against more radical voices. The radicals' demands for armed revolution inflames the masses. Shifting loyalties in southern Liangguang. Warlordism is a complex topic. The lines blur tremendously between formal military and governmental positions, social and economic hierarchies, and the spanning networks of personal connections of both the local warlords and the great warlords. Between them, the great warlords who rule entire provinces are another group of petty or minor warlords. In southern Liangguang is a triangle of 3 of such men, each of whom have vacillated in their allegiances over the years. I actually do not know this word, what the fuck. Deng Benyin is the ruler of Jiangya, having seized it from the old Guangxi clique in 1921 on behalf of the Guangzhou government, implementing progressive reforms on the island and consolidating his rule. He sided with Chen Chongming in 1922 before attempting a form of armed neutrality. His Geely-backed 8-county allied army was ultimately defeated by the Kuomintang in the late 1920s, but he was restored by German Geely troops in 1925. North of the Leizhou Peninsula is a region where lines of control are fuzzy. To the east is Liu Zhenhuan's Guangxi army. An ambitious Guangxi warlord in the 1920s, he had ties to Lu Rongting and Chen Hongying, but fell out with both and defected to the Guangzhou camp. Never quite fitting in with Chen Chongming or Sun Yat-sen, his ambitions always seem to have been to become governor of Guangxi, but his various plots, most notably allying with Yang Ximin's Yunnan army to form the Dianguai army, ultimately came to naught. An opium-addled gambler, he swore fealty to Chen Lianbo after 1927, but is trusted by no one. To the west is Lin Hu, part of the quadruple red that rules the young Guangxi faction. Defeated by the Guangdong army in 1922, he sided with Chen Zhongming against Sun Yat-sen, but was ultimately defeated. When his sworn brother Ma Ji was installed as governor of Guangxi by the Geely a few years later, he returned from exile and set up camp in Yulin. Amid uncertain gales, the petty warlords prize stability. The Baise borderlands. Ever since the death of Liu Rifu in 1943, western Guangxi has grown less and less stable. Kuomintang raids from Guizhou into the area have escalated amid national unrest. The poor mountainous area has proven to be a porous border for the mixed band of insurgents, bandits and militiamen launching probing attacks. They are likely merely the prelude of the assault to come. The so-called New Guangxi clique is a triumvirate of 3 men, Li Zhengren, Huang Shaohong and Bai Chongxi. After Lu Rongting's Guangxi army was routed by Guangdong forces at the end of the Guangdong-Guangxi wars, Guangdong leaders soon found themselves at odds and withdrew from Guangxi. This left a major power vacuum as Lu attempted to reclaim power. The new Guangxi clique allied with Shen Hongying to end Lu's bid and then defeat Shen in turn. The trio aligned with the Kuomintang through the commitment to the party's ideology was shaky at the time. Nevertheless, they furnished the northern expedition with the mighty 7th Steel Army, and both Li Zhongren and Bai Chongxi proved to be adept military commanders and organizers. Retreating with the rest of the National Revolutionary Army into Guizhou as part of their long march, they have not been idle. While Li Zhongren is the leader of the group and Huang Shaohong is their chief administrator, Bai Chongxi is a brilliant military theorist who has conceived of a militia system for Guangxi. He has been vocal about his theories, implementing the 3 principles in a militaristic, societal level manner, and the 7th Army has been reorganized and radicalized in exile. Dangerously, even when General Liu was still alive, many local village leaders, local garrison captains and bandit leaders in western Guangxi have put up no resistance during New Guangxi incursions. Whether due to sympathy, fear or a belief they will soon be gone, New Guangxi forces seem to make it deeper and deeper into Guangxi each time before meeting meaningful resistance. New Guangxi generals have been taking careful notes each time. Oh, right, you don't see the date. Twin provinces, one destiny. Up, Let's do some army focus, right? Yeah, can only do that. The Young Guangxi War Council. The inner workings of the Young Guangxi government is opaque. Guangxi is a poor, isolated province, especially compared to Guangdong. Many dismiss them as being merely the chiefs of Guangxi's bandit clans, but the truth is more complicated. By the way, while I read, I wanna have the music a bit quiet. The Young Guangxi clique is a quadrumvirate founded by Ma Ji, Lin Hu, and Liu Jilu as the young guard of Lu Rongting's old Guangxi clique. After Lu's fall from power, Ma Ji was able to leverage his good relationship with Wu Peifu and service under the Jili during the Northern Expedition to successfully claim Guangxi in 1927. He invited his adopted father, Lu Rongting, to return as a figurehead, and the Young Guangxi... or what? Young Guangxi faction rallied the Guangxi clans to defeat Shen Hongying and assert hegemony over Liangguang. Prior to Lu's death in 1934, he had long groomed his adopted son and child of his favorite concubine, Lu Yuguang, as his heir. A fairly unsuccessful military commander and a decade younger than his peers, he is nevertheless the face of the government. The Young Guangxi faction do tend to respect civilian governing structures on the whole. Lu Rongting set a precedent of sorts by cooperating with the political science clique during the constitutional protection junta era, and his heirs regularly convened the Guangxi Provincial Assembly. The Guangdong Provincial Assembly, based in Guangzhou, notably refuses to recognize Shen Hongying as governor, but did recognize Lu's suzerainty in the early 1930s. Still, in vital matters, only a select council deliberate. The violence in Wuhu seemed to be a turning point in the League, with Governor Chen Taoyuan of Anhui seceding from the League, which may trigger a war. Some fear this will shatter the freeway balance of power between the northern Jili, southern Jili, and the western provinces. Moving against either may expose the fragility of Liangguang's own balance of power, especially as political unrest extends even into the usually isolated, conservative Guangxi's military, political, and intellectual elite. The council decides a show of strength will keep external problems away from Liangguang. Oh, the entire state here in Baise is already fully controlled by the Kuomintang now. Nice. Yeah, we're playing Right Kuomintang. I mean, with other stuff, it's not like they decide we're gonna work on this now, we're gonna work on this now in Kaiserreich. They have multiple teams for different nations, and depending on which team is finished with their stuff, they can release things. So it's not really the China team is just very productive. Okay, that's the thing here. Black Monday devastates Canton. The precise causes of Black Monday is being debated and will probably be an extremely contentious topic in history books, but what is indisputable is the devastation it has wrought on the global economy. With the American economy still sluggish, the collapse of yet another vital Chinese trade partner has caused the shares sold at the Shanghai Stock Exchange to plunge in value. Guangzhou, often referred to as Canton by Westerners, has been severely affected by the crisis. The so-called Canton system basically funneled all of China's exports through Guangzhou for a century, and while the bulk of international trade has since moved north to Jiangnan, the collapse of exports has nevertheless caused deleterious effects up and down the Pearl River. Already dealing with already dealing with simmering unrest, the collapse of the economy has knocked over a major pillar of stability in Guangzhou. Wealthy Cantonese merchants and business tycoons often use their lavish wealth to fund major charities and public projects in Guangzhou, and with them forced to cut back on their patronage, public unrest is multiplying. The workers, many already on strike in protest of concessionist policies, are now on the border of revolt as factories, stockyards and banks close. Students too, fearing for their economic future, see little point in returning to their classrooms after weeks on the streets protesting, further unsettling political instability in the city. Most concerning for Chen Lianbao's merchant government, however, is the impact the plummeting budget will have on their military. Of course, the military, it's always the problem. The Canton merchants' course, even after expansion, was never truly enough to do more than police the city. Fearing a second Guangxi occupation after the German withdrawal in 1928, Chen rushed to hire a slate of mercenaries, ex-warlords, and ultimately even KMT defectors to form an army to defend Guangzhou and outlying areas from warlords and socialist insurgents. Without money, you will have little to keep them loyal. Oh no, the merchant corps will simply have to step up and defend the city. Oh nice, now we also control Guangzhou. Fun fact, this China Rework was worked on for almost, if not more than 2 years, and just recently was finished, and it was released yesterday, and it's certainly not a small update. Yeah, not a small update. All the side stuff that was released here was side stuff. This is the major thing that was worked on. And now the Smiling Tigers falls. And now the Smiling Tiger falls. Bye-bye, Sun Chuanfeng. Sometimes, despite controlling provinces and armies and commanding vast webs of political patronage and hoarded wealth, all it takes is a single gunshot to fell a powerful man. And sometimes, all it takes is a single man to fall for an entire system to collapse. Sun Chuanfeng was shot, feared to be dead or dying. And while, of course, the League was already teetering from instability, Sun being out of the picture has made a bad situation much worse. Rumors have been flying of a potential coup in the League, with Chen Tiaoyuan still in active rebellion and Qi Xieyuan said to be scheming from within Nanjing. Sun Chuanfeng's loyalists insist he is still alive and will soon recover enough to resume control over the situation, but he has yet to be publicly available. The League is already on the verge of collapse. The warlords that depended on sovereign Geely patronage are in utter shambles. Governor Shen Hongying, who has long been estranged from the Guangdong Provincial Assembly and the city of Guangzhou, has seen the balance of power over the province thrown into a tailspin. Generals Li Yaohan, Yang Qisheng and Yang Rushuan, all effectively paid by Nanjing to remain loyal to Shen, have all been vocal about their grievances in Shaoguan. To the southeast, Hong Jiaolin has decidedly begun to move away from the Geely orbit back into Chen Jiangming's sphere. Based in Chaoshan, a linguistically distinct region of Guangdong dominated by Ye, Hakka, Haklao and Lei Jiaomin, he was a fairly loyal, if a Chaoshan regionalist and infamous for his opium drug ring, Chen subordinate who was generally amiable to Geely entreaties, helping him regain control over Chaoshan after the Northern expedition. He has sat relatively neutral between Shen and Chen afterwards, but his recent emissaries to Jeju indicate his desire to strengthen their alliance. A major diplomatic coup if finalized. Shen Hongying asserts his control during a conference in Shaoguan. A war on two fronts. Che Yuan's seizure of power in Nanjing yesterday seemed to punctuate the collapse of the Geely hegemony across China, with the two branches of the southern Geely clique trading blows, the central government reeling from the crisis, and the Mingan insurgency rising up in a major rebellion. The post-1928 order has come to a fiery end. In the east, General Chen Mingshu and his 10th Division have been deployed southwards on a vital mission to secure the Kuomintang heartland in Guangdong for the revolution, or at least to die protecting the insurgency's southern flank. With limited resources, it is unclear if they will be able to hold out long enough for reinforcements to arrive, if they ever do. They were not alone, however. About a week ago, a large raid in Baise culminated with Li Zongren leading the 7th Army into Guangxi to march on Nanning. It is unknown if or to what extent the dual invasions were coordinated. Or if they simply had similar ideas the moment Sun was shot. Either way, what is clear is that there will be no retreat. Neither forces can amount to more than 10,000 men, but victory is a strong magnet, and the warlord-era armies have been known to rapidly expand and contract depending on who is winning and who is best able to pay. At the start of the Northern Expedition, for example, the National Revolutionary Army numbered around 100,000 men, organized into armies of about 10,000 men each. At its height, the NRA reached about 300,000 men thanks to defectors and awakened sleeper cells. But fewer than 50,000 of them made it to Guizhou at the end of the long march. Perhaps 20,000 more made up the core of the future Mingan insurgency. Both are banking on sustained momentum to allow their forces to snowball for their enemies. Where to deploy the mobile Western-style 1st Division that Lu Rongting seized will be essential to victory. After an underwhelming performance as their commander in the 1920s, Lu Yuguang once again orders them into battle. Guangdong is less stable, wealthier, and needs reinforcements. Alright, let's initiate economic stabilization. That's gonna activate missions. I will not try and make this go faster. I feel like doing other focus is better, and having that time anyway, I don't think I will either way immediately go for focuses, so yeah. By the way, I've seen Anqing actually win, which I don't know what they do, but thank God is that Anqing is no longer just dying immediately. Because that's something that annoyed me a lot. Them just not doing anything. Goodbye. Can't really read chat much because I'm reading the events, but yeah. Oh, it's fine. Let me just do something real quick. Do I have this actually? Wait, do I even have this? I should have this downloaded, right? Oh my god. Okay. Okay, I don't think it's downloaded, so I guess I go over here and let's get some other things here. Anyway, turning point in Guangzhou. Whatever sense of law and order in Guangzhou has bottomed out, with news of Chen Mingshu and Li Zongren's advances quickly making rounds across the two provinces. Radical sleeper cells have awakened. KMT and CSP-backed strikers have paralyzed the city in an eruption of rioting, joined by students and other protesters taking to the streets. As the rebel begin to push back police forces, the merchant corps, militia, and even military forces deployed against them, KMT sympathizers within the Guangdong army have begun to plot against the government. At the center of the conspiracy is Chen Jitang, a right-wing Cantonese regionalist who had defected to the winning side all those years ago and now must find common ground with the socialist agitators he betrayed. Elsewhere in the city, Mayor Chen Lianbo was hoping to receive a show of support when he convened the provincial assembly, but found himself walking into another headache. He was met by Senator Chen Jiangming, who demanded the floor immediately, brushing aside decorum and his political rival, political science clique-affiliated politician, former gubernatorial candidate, loose ally of Mayor Chen and now Speaker of the Assembly, Lin Chengshuan. And Senator Chen's proposal is to have him be elected once more as governor by the assembly, and using that power he will secure the province amid the chaos. He promises to respect the power of the assembly and a host of other democratic reforms in exchange for the mayor's endorsement. But to Mayor Chen, the offer may as well be at gunpoint. Though the senator has long retired from military affairs, it is well known that he commands the loyalty of a large segment of the Guangdong army, who are certainly on the move anyway at this point. With bullets flying in all directions, neutral and opportunistic officers are likely trying to figure out which side is the strongest. There's little time to waste for any side, though negotiations are expected to be dragged out. And we will of course play as the Kuomintang. Chen Jitang rapidly orchestrates an armed putsch amid stalled assembly negotiations. And now our kind of minigame here begins. We just have to secure the entire provinces, so we have to spend command power the entire time. So yeah, let's do that. We already have 3 things completely secured, but as we see, there's still it's gonna be more things here anyway. The Guizhou connection. Perhaps one of the greatest miracles or disasters of the fallout of the Northern Expedition would be the National Revolutionary Army's long march into Guizhou. Ordered by Chiang Kai-shek on the eve of his lamented assassination, it cost a significant amount of men, material and supplies, but perhaps resulted in the preservation of the Right Kuomintang as a whole. Wait a second. Kinda want a bit more dramatic music, or not dramatic, but like energetic music. Where was I? I was here. Setting up a 5-man junta under Zhu Peide of the 3rd Army as acting generalissimo, it included He Yinjing of the 1st Army, Li Zhongren of the 7th Army, and Tan Yankai of the 2nd Army, and Cheng Tian of the 6th Army. With power struggles and poor relations beforehand, the 1930s consolidation of forces within the Guizhou Kuomintang sphere of influence would see Tan Yankai's 2nd Army incorporated into Cheng Tian's 6th Army, with Tan himself departing to retire in Changsha. Similarly, Fan Xisheng would be incorporated into the 3rd, and Qin Handing would have his 16th Army disbanded, incorporated into the 3rd too. Li Zhongren's decision to take his 7th Army into a foray into Liangguang and stake his claim in Guangxi province has moved most of his men out of Guizhou. Crucially, however, a few key rear echelon units remain to facilitate connections between the junta and the adventurous Machiavellian. With resources limited and their initial foothold secure, Huang Shaohong and Xu Zhou have raised the idea of pulling all remaining personnel from Guizhou into Guangxi to shore up his position in Liangguang. However, doing so may doom the remaining Kuomintang forces in Guizhou in their battles with the hostile Yunnan clique. And Guizhou junta leaders have pleaded to maintain the mutually beneficial supply lines between their forces, More controversially, personnel within the new Guangxi clique have floated the concept of seizing supplies from the common stockpile, claiming it to be his fair share, albeit such a matter would likely cripple the junta's war effort. Still, perhaps the junta is already doomed anyway. Lee's supply lines remain open, aiding the Kuomintang. Now, after our focus here, I will do tightening the noose on militarism, because it gives me 100 command power. And as we see, command power is something we need. I'm gonna not touch these focuses, like I said. They do get bypassed once this is done, right? Yeah. Yeah, right. What is this? Yeah, bypass. Yeah, okay. Just check, because it's not up yet. Now it's up. Anyway, tightening the noose on militarism. It also gives us control military, which gives me political power, so I'll take that. Why not? Kuomintang forces advance into Nanning. I think that's just like a notification. Oh, nice. I even get some more stuff now. So it's also strategic to have some, you know, stuff controlled, basically. But yeah. The Liangguang Economic Outlook. In the aftermath of Black Monday, a collection of leading Liangguang scholars, economists and bankers have presented their grim but honest report to Lu Yuguang, outlining the rapidly worsening economic situation in the two provinces. I think that's the current problem, right? Heading this commission are leading educator and former diplomat Zhu Jiahua, as well as bankers Zhang Guangtuan and Chen Lianzhong, three of the largest names in Guangzhou politics. The two provinces have hardly had time to recover from the fighting during the early warlord era, enjoying just 4 years of relative calm under After Lu Rongting established his hegemony in 1932, banditry and piracy was rampant, forcing local towns, gentlemen and merchants to expand militias, draining local coffers and reducing commerce. With the cost of doing business rising and exports falling from the Great Depression, the economy was especially vulnerable to further downturns. Black Monday has hit Guangdong's silk industry particularly hard, already struggling from the impact of the Great Depression on China. At the start of the decade, there were hundreds of silk firms employing over 2 million workers. Now there are fewer than 100, and all but half a dozen are on the verge of bankruptcy. The rapid decline in the traditional Chinese industry is seen by some as an indictment of the emotionless materialism of capitalism, and others as a symbol of Chinese backwardness. The societal impact of Black Monday has also been severe. Average incomes in Guangdong, a comparatively wealthy province, have plunged into nearly a third of what it was in 1930 and are worsening. Families are said to be selling excess children, and unemployed young men are joining bandit groups and bandit insurgencies. Anti-concessionist, anti-capitalist, and anti-establishment sentiments have been on the rise, threatening further societal chaos. It is time to condemn the foreign capitalists who exploit us. Yes. I like how this is still, could go either way. But I think Anshin is now losing. Alright, some more of that. Let's do this because we need to go down there so that we can actually edit our units. Anyway, let's move around. I'm losing command power, not even gaining it. That's great. Okay, nice, nice, secured more. And that's it. The Kuomintang returned to Liangguang. In the end, the Kuomintang advance was unstoppable. Despite defeat after defeat, failure after failure, the Kuomintang and its loyalists never gave up. Like Sun Yat-sen before them, the Nationalists found a way to return to power in Guangzhou, toppling rival warlords and once more challenging the authority of Beiyang. Thanks to the courageous efforts of General Chen Mingshu and his 10th Division, marching south from Mingan with the support of leftist elements in the countryside and in the cities, and General Chen Jitang, who secured the timely defection of the Guangdong army to the Kuomintang cause, Guangdong has been freed from the reactionary oppression. Meanwhile, storming in from their bases in Guizhou, the remnant of the 7th Army of National Revolutionary Army has re-established their control over Guangxi, installing the new Guangxi clique under Li Zhongren into power. A provisional revolutionary junta has been established with the three victorious generals representing their respective factions, calling themselves the South China Political Council. Broad ideological and personal divisions remain between the revolutionary generals, which are expected to worsen as their supports consolidate political control over their respective regions. It remains to be seen if they will truly be able to live up to their founder's legacy, or if, like him, their zeal will ultimately fall short of unifying China. Third time's the charm. Kuomintang Revolution in Liangguang. Our comrades prove their tenacity. And now we have our political focuses unlocked. And we have Chen Jitang as our leader, Li Zhongren as our second in command. He has the trait Man of Steel. I like the I like that they have unique traits, like Heavenly King of the South. Damn, we have so many advisors, guys. Oh yeah, the industry here, honestly, it's kind of a waste to do anything over there. By the way, what paths are there actually for the Right Kuomintang? Just so that I know. Okay, now it's like, yeah, okay. So, this now begins minigame if either, you know, we go left Kuomintang or right Kuomintang, basically. I think I will go with Hu Hanmin. I think I'm gonna go with Hu Hanmin, so revolutionary zeal needs to be higher or equal to 65% before Hu Hanmin and Li Zhongren's showdown. That's like that's the thing here. So let's try and go for that. Tensions in Guangdong. Guangdong was long the Kuomintang base of operations, and its recapture a milestone in reversing their failure to hold off German intervention during the Northern Expedition. Sharing the price, however, has not been easy. Even in the best of times, the Kuomintang's leaders seldom got along. Now, with their mutual enemies dead or on the run, the party has quickly returned to infighting. Guangzhou, the provincial capital, has been secured by the new Guangdong clique under Chen Yitang. He has leveraged it to secure himself as the nominal head of the three-man revolutionary junta. Chen Yitang was a relatively low-ranking officer in the old Fourth Army who managed to survive in the post-1927 provincial government. Loosely affiliated with the right, his ambitions are said to be mostly regional in scope. His challenger is Chen Mingshu, a fellow veteran of the Fourth Army sent south by the Mingan government, setting up base in Shaoguan to the northeast. Chen has allied with peasant activists and syndicalist sympathizers. His willingness to join the junta has drawn some scorn from orthodox leftists, but is nevertheless their best bet for taking power in Guangdong. Further south, the new Guangxi clique has proven even more ambitious than previously thought. Their forces have advanced into Beihai, a port city in southwest Guangdong. Beihai is too small to meaningfully steer trade away from the Pearl River for the landlocked Guangxi, so the real objective seems to be the resource-rich island of Tiongya. Chen Yitang has begged Li to leave the region to his forces' control, claiming their mutual best interest in containing socialism in the two provinces. He claims to fondly recall their past partnership in securing Guangxi, though is vague on any details for a future pact. Li, freshly arrived in Guangzhou to take part in proceedings, is well aware of the power in his hands, though is reluctant to give up such a powerful bargaining chip for free. So I think we want to take this one. The clash for Canton has begun. Chen Yitang and the new Guangdong clique will seek to complete the return of the Moscow Committee, focused by first achieving 30% authoritarian Democratic Party's popularity. Should Mingan insurgency exist and have formed a government, it will be possible for Chen Mingshu and the new Fourth Army to launch a leftist coup by achieving 30% Social Democrat popularity. We warned that external forces are at work, and should we allow leftist support to grow high enough, they may force our hand. So, especially since Mingan is a bit... could be winning, could also be losing, because if they take too long to get Nanjing, well, they're gonna have collapsing morale. But yeah, let's strengthen authoritarian democracy. Do we have anything here now? Okay, we have our revolutionary zeal here now, which we can either, boost or not boost. Well, it's not active right now. It would be active with the balance of power, I think. So you can actually see what boosted and what not. But yeah, with the clash for Canton. And, okay, for a coup we just need 30% support for the social democracy. Right, yeah. New Fourth Army. And for these guys to actually exist. Otherwise, can't get that. One minute revival time. Oh yeah, I think his description still mentions that Huanmin has died, basically, right? That's what you guys are talking about with my death has greatly been exaggerated, yeah. Wang emerged the victor following Huanmin's exile. Ah, no, my notes exile. I think before it was death. The hotfix that I downloaded now changed it to exile, I think, right? Before it was death, right? I did see the post on Reddit, I think, about that, on the Kaiserreich Reddit. What I do now, let's first fix some political stuff. The army can wait. But yeah. somehow Hunan returned. Tang Xiangming seizes Hunan. Wow. Jili aligned Hunan. I like the new Li Zhongren portrait, to be honest. Finally, it doesn't look weird. Oh, Sichuan is under officers, so we can actually look at their new officer department tree, which they got. They removed Liu Chao from a leading figure here, which, okay, which, yeah, makes a bit more sense. Now we have Li Jiaoyu and, of course, Zhang Kewu still, I think. But, yeah. And all the factions have been renamed to actually make sense now. So yeah. Return of the Moscow Committee. I was like searching for the focus. It's literally down there, you idiot. Now we could already we already could do that. But let me just look around what buffs I could get here. So we could get rid of the strikes and help the Mingan insurgency, which boosts social democratic support. Okay, so on this side you kinda boost social democratic support. And on the other you do the other, right? Yeah, okay. Kinda. I think I'm gonna try and go down the middle one. So let's first do this, just because I wanna get rid of the unrest. And yeah, and with the other things, we can get the other things. But yeah, it's immediately boost authoritarian democratic support because it also gives us more political power the more they have. Now we have like 2 years on these things, which I'm not gonna buff it with the focuses, like I said. It's kind of a waste for me, waste of time. So yeah. Yeah, China is now syndicalists. I'm gonna go with Huanmin. What is increasing the cost right now? Okay, true. Right. But I would not get an advisor anyway. I think that's probably for the better. Let's recruit Chen Jitang, who's army management, which is just a better version of planning expert, because he also because planning expert in Kaiserreich gives you max planning, but he also gives you supply consumption reduction, the army management. So maybe there's something be a bit changed there. But yeah, maybe also get planning speed with army planning expert to make it, a better difference than with army management. But yeah. Rise of the new Guangxi clique. The new Guangxi clique was formed as the old Guangxi clique began to disintegrate following the devastating 1920s Yagui Wars. Victory over Lurongting gave them control over the province, and they played an integral role during the Northern Expedition as the 7th Army of the NRA. With their triumphant return, most Guangxi clans since have sworn fealty. The new Guangxi clique is not the same as the one that went north to Wuhan. Once a regional force with little ideology of its own, the subsequent exile has firmly reorientated their identity. Li Zongren's newfound ambitions for national leadership is on full display now with his flashy presence in Guangzhou for junta meetings. Let me just go over here so I can actually see what I'm doing. The clique internally is ruled as a triumvirate. Li's close friend General Bai Chongxi, together they are often called Li Bai after the famous Tang Dynasty poet, shares his proclivity to act on the national stage. Often serving in military roles and acting as a mediator, General Huang Shaohong, the third leg of the triumvirate and the newly named governor of Guangxi, traditionally remained in Guangxi to manage provincial affairs while his allies were absent. This second iteration of the clique puts the citizen militia at the center stage, influencing nearly all their sweeping policies. General Huang Suzhou, a rising star, has taken the lead in streamlining government and military organs into one combined government office that holds jurisdiction over all matters of economy, reconstruction, and education. This centralization of party, military, and government power perhaps is a natural fit for the Kuomintang's ideal of party rule, though some worry that in Guangxi party is being subsumed by the needs of the warlords. That, however, is not to say the army always has a priority. Li often touts his success in bringing the army strictly under civilian authority. Whatever the truth is, Huang's rise has led to some speculation that the triumvirate will soon become a quadrumvirate. Not that word again. Let's strengthen authoritarian democracy. And okay, so they did the coup with Shandong and it failed, so now they fight each other. Wait, what? Social Credit Party. What the hell? Subdue the gentry. We have a research debuff, don't we? Yeah, okay. So, I'm not gonna rush down there as usual, because the research debuff, it's gonna be very bad. Didn't really look at the production line, but it's literally perfect, so didn't need to change anything there. I mean, at least we get division attack, right, guys? Chinese Piedmontism. You know, I have this to support them, but I'm not gonna do that. That's just there if you need them for the left Kuomintang path, which we're not going to do, so I'm just gonna let them, you know, let things play out here. They didn't help him, so I hope that if he wins, he goes independent, but if he goes with the Geely, we're a bit screwed. But just a little bit. Just a little bit. But I will get machine tools. Struggles with the gentry. The Kuomintang have long had an uneasy relationship with local elites who fear the Kuomintang's promised far-reaching reforms and the revolutionary authoritarian turn of the party. The gentry in particular feel threatened by the party's alliances with various peasant groups and their long-awaited vows of extensive land reform. This has bedeviled both right and left wings of the party, who often find themselves at odds with the gentry even as occasional alliances are struck and broken. The latest incarnation of Kuomintang rule in Liangguang has made another push to assert power over the agrarian elites, this time taking aim at their various militias. Formed in part to maintain social order in face of growing unrest, the security corps, organized through the Guangdong Grain Industry Maintenance Association, has acted as an arm of landed interests. Governor Chen Jitang has sought to strip the local gentry of their ability to resist his rule, forcibly dissolving some of these security teams while integrating others. He has ordered new training courses to be offered at the Military Political Academy for producing loyal security guards, part of his effort to create a comprehensive provincial gendarmerie aligned to the party, and more importantly himself. After a long campaign, it seems the GIM, or the... what was it called again? The Guangdong Grain Industry Maintenance Association is ready to yield a delegation including their chairman Tiu Jingyun, his deputy Wang Zuoxin, and the commander of the security corps Lin Daowen has come to the governor's mansion to negotiate a disarmament plan. Their surrender is hardly unconditional, however. They expect us to protect their right to live and property, and expect us to protect their right to life and property, and expect some say in the eventual implementation of land reform as a precedent that will likely have far-reaching effects down the line. Still, making peace with the gentry is not the worst idea either. They provide for a useful counterbalance to socialist elements, and once pacified will free up troops for the front. Chen Jitang accepts these conditions to prevent rural anarchy. Yay, more people join us. Yay. Is Yunnan goes Right Kuomintang, they always join you, right? Don't ask me questions, I don't know. I'm playing Right Kuomintang for the first time, man. I'm almost misclicked because I wanted to click this away. You don't know how often that happens. Socialists in Guangzhou. Guangzhou has long been a hotbed for leftist activity, with the Guangdong army severely weakened by recent upheaval and many units having been deployed outside the city to face down Chen Mingshu's men in an attempt to secure Jiangya. Some believe that Guangzhou itself is vulnerable to further infiltration. The local chapter of the Chinese Syndicalist Party, led by famed labor organizer Deng Zhongxia, union activist and senior party leader Su Jiaocheng, and radical insurgent leader Zhang Tailei, have come out of hiding. They have found their ranks swelling, easily recruiting industrial workers, sailors, and other laborers to their cause. Their actions, unsubtle as always, has quickly caught the attention of Chen Jitang. Suspicious of their intentions and already wary of the growing leftist threat to his control of Guangdong, he has lashed out in party meetings against the Chinese Syndicalist Party. He denounced them as foreign agents, loyal primarily to Paris and London, and accused them of sabotaging the Kuomintang revolution through actions such as the subversive formation of the League of Chinese Syndicalists, the violent Canton Hong Kong strike, which sank Kuomintang relations with the foreign powers, and other actions that he claims have leached the strength of Dr. Sun's movement in favor of the global socialist agenda. His desire to clamp down socialist agitation has met with some opposition, even within his camp. Not all members of the Guangdong army are necessarily right-leaning, and there has been some questions about the loyalty of his officers. However, with the power vacuum growing in Guangzhou as Kuomintang forces clear out their former opposition, violence has broken out as syndicalist-aligned militias attack former members of the Merchant Corps and the Guangzhou Chamber of Commerce. Hated by many for their submission to foreign powers, it has nevertheless attracted concerns by conservative elements that Guangzhou is hurtling towards anarchy. Chen Jitang uses the incident as a pretext for disarming syndicalist militias. More support. Yep, Savinkov is gone. Let's reach out to overseas contacts. What did this now do? I can sideline Chen Mingshu. But it costs stability, which I'd rather not. I'm also not gonna spend army power. I don't really need this. Shore restoration, so they are going with this. I think the left Kuomintang is gonna lose since they're far away from Nanjing. This is just okay. Revolutionary seal. So right now it won't matter. It won't matter. Why did Dukto Sun have to die? All this infighting could have been prevented if he just told them to emphasize in a manifesto. Shake my head, not thinking ahead. Which path should I try in Liangguang or Yunnan? You could try out the Federalist path, which I did play the Federalist path before the stream. And it was fun. I like that the elections are like the makeup of the assembly is basically determined by your pie chart here. So that's cool. I like that a lot. And it's also cool how the most democratic ending in parentheses you can get with the Federalist path is by having you know, not one of the parties be elected 2 times in a row. To Gun Cohen, although our ties to Sun Fo and his Hawaii clique have often been strained, many of them have long-standing ties with Guangdong and a vested interest in Kuomintang's well-being in the province. Our efforts to court them and, more importantly, their vast connections across Chinese diaspora communities in Southeast Asia has borne some fruit as of late. An associate of Sun Fo has arrived to meet with Chen Jitang and other Cantonese officials. Morris Abraham Cohen was a lifelong adventurer, a former bodyguard of Sun Yat-sen. He was born to an Orthodox Jewish family in Poland before immigrating to England. Mr. Worldwide. A child pickpocket, he was sent to Canada unsuccessfully. Reform his ways, where he grew friendly with Chinese immigrants working at the Canadian Pacific Railways. One of the few white men willing to associate with Chinese laborers, he was allowed to join the Tongmeng Hui after defending a Chinese restaurator from being robbed. After a stint helping Chinese immigrants becoming naturalized, he fought in the Great War. The end of the conflict saw him without a job in an economic downturn, so he went to China to help close a railway deal for Sun Yat-sen. The men became close, facilitated by many of Sun's circles. Familiarity with English, an aide-de-camp, and an acting colonel in Sun Yat-sen's army. He helped train revolutionary soldiers. I hate how this word is pronounced. He became an object of fascination after being nicked with a bullet during combat, leading him to carry a second revolver out of fear that he may lose an arm in the future. Ambidextrous, this gave rise to his nickname Two Gun Cohen. He has sought work with our armies, offering his service as a mercenary trainer. Though his Chinese is poor, he has a demonstrated history with the party and ties including prominent Sun extended family members including Sun Fo, Song Ziwen and Song Jingling. Still, he's getting older and the party has plenty of experienced soldiers. Few would blame us if we turned him away. No guys, we need him. But if I'm correct, Hu Hanmin might be the Chinese version of Schleicher. Moscow's exiles. In a distant land, a group of Chinese elder statesmen languish in exile. This rightist central committee lies dormant, held together by the sheer power of Hu Hanmin's will. One of Sun Yat-sen's closest confidants, he succeeded Sun as generalissimo. However, after the secretive Shantou meetings by Wang Jingwei, Chiang Kai-shek, Liu Zhangkai and others, who was quickly forced to step down in favor of a national government council that replaced the generalissimo's office. Wang became chairman and Hu demoted to foreign minister of an unrecognized government. Hu, despite his support for the reorganization, was recognized as the leader of the right, and many called for him to stand against the syndicalist issue. Plans for a showdown at the 4th plenum saw a drastic turn when Liu Zhangkai was shot by an officer affiliated with Hu's brother. Hu escaped direct blame, but the plenum soon devolved into a bitter party split. Chiang Kai-shek and his centrist military faction came out in support of the United Front, and Hu was exiled to Paris to learn more about the merits of syndicalism. Meanwhile, with the British Revolution victorious and no resolution to the standoff in sight, many rightists fled to the western hills suburbs of Beijing, hoping to secure Guomindang's support. Those members, including 8 Central Committee members, quickly radicalized and were expelled from the party. Hu, long reluctant to buck party orthodoxy, saw the writing on the wall and defected to Moscow. Feng Yixiang was later pushed out of Beijing, and many of this Western Hills Conference joined Hu in Russia, playing little role in the Northern Expedition. Chen Jitang has breathed new hope for them, opening negotiations to secure their return to Guangzhou, but Hu Hanmin, ever proud, has no intentions of sundering Sun's legacy by becoming a puppet for a petty warlord. He has made a sticking point over talks about government posts, constitutional rule, and other demands. Chen Jitang graciously accepts, for now. Well, speaking of these guys, the return of the Moscow Committee. This will also now end the kind of power struggle here, I think. But yeah. The chairman returns. After enduring a tense voyage, Hu Hanmin, the enigmatic leader of the right wing of the Kuomintang, has finally returned to Chinese soil for the first time in a decade. His brilliant mind and towering figure casts a long shadow over the warlord junta, almost immediately dwarfing them in influence. A devout revolutionary, Hu Hanmin remained largely aloof from the fanfare surrounding his return, greeting the crowds before quickly focusing on more pressing matters, meeting with various Liangguang power players including Chen Jitang, Li Zhongren and Chen Mingshu. He has behaved cordially, stating his gratitude for their support, whilst keeping thoughts of their crudeness mostly to himself. Orthodox and studious in approach, interpreting, oh my god, I can't fucking read. In interpreting the 3 principles, Hu Hanmin is perhaps the most premier expert on the true intentions of his late mentor, Dr. Sun Yat-sen. During his bitter exile, he has formalized his thoughts by writing the linkage of the 3 principles, the contents of which seem to have set the groundwork for not only the first repatriated Congress, but for the Kuomintang movement as a whole. The start of the Party Congress has also marked the grand return of the Moscow Committee and the election of the 4th Central Executive Committee. With 24 members in total, the Central Executive Committee now includes key Moscow figures such as Hu Hanmin, Lin Sen, Zhu Zheng, Zhao Lu, Li Lijun, Yu Yuren, Ding Weifen, Gu Jingfen, Wu Heling, Jie Chu Zhang, Jin Zhen, Xi Jingyang, Xi Ying, Shen Dingyi, Jie Chujian, and Fu Rulin, alongside more regional figures. Chen Jitang, Lin Yizhong, Li Zhongren, and Bai Chongxi. The Central Supervisory Committee has been constituted by Zhang Ji, Xi Ji, Lin Yonggugai, and Mao Zhuchuan. Notably in absentia is Sun Force Reconstruction faction, corresponding to Sun himself. Wu Chaoshu and Wang Kunlun in the CEC and Liang Hangzhao in the CSC, serving as an open invitation to the Hawaii clique, one who thoroughly believes Sun can hardly resist. Many believe it is a matter of time until he defects to Canton. A spirited return chairman. The Guangzhou Nationalist government. May we soon find further allies for our cause. Oh, there he is. Imperialism versus anti-imperialism. In an auspicious start to the first Congress of the KMT, Hu Hanmin has let his intellectual prowess flourish, elaborating the points he made years ago in linkage of the three principles. He has showcased his refined expertise and interpretation of the three principles, heading back at imperialism all around the globe. Pontificating about how the world is a battleground between the two antagonistic forces of imperialism and counter-imperialism, he argued that the capitalist system brewed a militarist and hostile society. Similarly to Marx before him, Hu Hanmin has deemed capitalism in of itself to be the arch foundation of Western political institutions. Being eternally corrupted by the influence of bureaucratic worshipping of absolute statism, capitalism, and militarism, these states enlist the support of capitalism to advance their imperial glories. In turn, the capitalists feed off the bureaucrats, using them as spokesmen for their system to leech off of nations. In combination with this, both the forces of the bureaucrats and capitalists utilize the military to advance their collective interests and conquer other nations. Furthermore, Hu stated that this all began in the distant 50s as the 1500s as the burgeoning colonial empires competed for land and influence, causing the rise of mercantilism. Deeming this a prototype of capitalism, it began to evolve with the political liberalization and economic laissez-faire in the periods of peace afterwards, culminating in the modern global economic system. Neo-imperialist colonial forces fused domestic nationalism with imperialist goals to subjugate China into a semi-colonial status. Relating his theory back towards the National Revolution, he made a clear connection between anti-imperialism and Sun Min doctrine, with which it is imbued with knowledge from the past 3 centuries of revolution, arguing that the Kuomintang must join China with liberation movements worldwide to bring about imperialism's downfall. Down with imperialism. So now we have our revolutionary zeal here, and we want it to be like around up here for him to win against Li Zhongren, right? That's what it said. Revolutionary zeal needs to be higher or equal to 65% before Hu Hanmin and Li Zhongren of unification have Hu Hanmin win party elections. Yeah. Higher or equal to 65%. So not here, actually down here. A bit confusing with the balance of power, but yeah. So 65 there would be around here, I think. Yeah. Why are there 2 events? What the hell? A critique on the critique on historical materialism. In a time not too far from our very own, the chairman himself represented a peculiar branch of revolutionary socialism, and as his national prominence has risen, so too has his earlier political opinions come to light. However, not all of his prior more radical work has been derided as naivety in youth, as an old paper written during Huan Min's revolutionary socialism days has resurfaced and begun to serve as a foundational piece of literature for the modern Kuomintang cause. In his A Critique on Historical Materialism, the chairman fully defended historical materialism, arguing that Karl Marx's theory of social progress and Charles Darwin's theory of evolution combined thoroughly explain humanity's moral precepts. In the chairman's eyes, economic activities were the centerpiece of social life and the fundamental moving force of historic evolution. He argued that Marx didn't exclude other factors from influencing human development, but singled out economics as the most important force. Huan Min can be quoted as writing, "The productivity in a society constituted the basis for the change of production methods in it. Although also subject to various kinds of influences, once formed, the new production methods possessed the power to determine the process of all the aspects of the superstructure in the society. It was true that all new production methods owed their invention to man's, though that was nevertheless first influenced by material life. Man's thought evolved in response into the social needs, thus serving as medium for social progress. Despite the controversy surrounding the paper, the chairman and his allies have increasingly seen it become integrated into the Kuomintang's philosophy, accepting Marxist materialism yet rejecting the class struggle accompanying it. Naturally, his critics have accused him of socialist infiltration and being unfit to lead the Kuomintang national revolution. Truly the herald of the revolution. Nationalism in the East versus West. Like a whirlwind, Huan Min followed his lecture on imperialism today with one about the first principle of the people, nationalism. He states that whilst nationalism is not a concept unique to the principles, the West have corrupted their idea of it, using it as a force of imperialism and slavery. Dr. Sun, by contrast, has turned it into a mechanism of liberation and freedom. Drawing comparisons between the East and the West, Hu stated that the West's primary unit of society is the individual, and its individualism created a vacuum between individual and the state, creating a discord between them. The West, as a result, lacks a wholeness of nation, the people in the three principles of the people. Meanwhile, in China, Hu indicated that the historical clan formed the basis of society, providing an advantage in the formation of a nation, and in fostering budding nationalism. Huan Min argued that due to West's development of nationalism around fervent individualism, they naturally became the architects of selfishness and imperialism. Meanwhile, the clan-centered nationalism of China has been integral to building the nationalism found in the three principles, which unites the nation towards the Datong, the great harmony between the people, whose claims are particularly striking because traditional intellectuals have long seen clans as a stumbling block for China's budding nationalism. Many see clans as a source of regionalism, and critics of the chairman believe he lacks a plan to organically combine the interests of the nation, nationalism, and the clan unit. Nationalism for a new China. And a bunch of stuff just fell down. So, wait like a second, so. Why is bro having so many events? What the hell? Okay. I'm back. On class and schools of thoughts and mores. In his skyrocketing popularity, Huan Min is finally able to put action behind the ideas he has formulated during his exile, and even further before during the 1920s, and as such a revival of the chairman's ideas has begun to popularize them amongst his followers and the broader Kuomintang movement. Some of the most notable have been brought to the forefront. One of the most peculiar concepts to spur from this time in his life, the chairman argues that China was always a class society with the ruling classes, emperor, father, husband, imposing their ethics on the ruled classes, minister, son, wife, to the former's advantage. Simultaneously, they exercised absolute authority, and so consequently there was a class struggle as the ruled classes attempted to overturn traditions that were irrational, arbitrary, or inhumane. Unfortunately, little has changed since the Qin dynasty, as the production methods have similarly remained unchanged. Moving to a broader scope, the chairman states that historically there were 3 stages of development. Pre-Jin, there were 5 codes, or the 5 teachings. The father should act with righteousness, the mother with benevolence, the elder brother with sibling love, the younger brother with respect, and the son with filial piety. Following into the Warring States period, Confucius and Mencius created the 5 ethics in order to govern the princes. However, this was distorted into the 3 bonds, which demanded total submission to the emperor, the father, and the husband, lasting for 2,000 years. Huan Min's wisdom knows no bounds. Linking Jin legalism towards women's liberation. Discussing the connection between the economic and moral precepts in society, Huan Min argues that they went through 3 phases during the pre-late period, where clan and family bonds tied people to common land and resources, in which of 5 teachings fit this best. After the Zhou, socioeconomic dislocation and the development of a class of landless peasants resulted in the 5 ethics, hoping to restore peace and order in society. After the Qin, China returned to clan orientation, paternal authority rising to absolutism, and so led to the creation of the 3 bonds mores. To solve such a travesty, the chairman theorized that the rise of clan society was due to the agrarian economy of primitive society, and when private land ownership emerged, combined, so too did a socioeconomic gap emerge. Believing that the Industrial Revolution disrupted the patriarchy by devaluing male physical strength, he also believed that the clan system alongside the modern family unit would unravel as capitalism unraveled, and therefore the best solution would be for every member in society to take up a profession most compatible to one's talent and ability. With the final footnote, the chairman argued that a contradiction existed in the modern nucleus family, wherein women were bound to choose between tending to household chores and taking up a profession, and so the natural trend would be headed for women's liberation from confinement to their participation in the workforce. Huan Min's wisdom knows no bounds. Let everyone know that Huan Min respects women more than anyone. Democracy and anarchism. Like clockwork, Huan Min began discussing the second principle of the people, democracy, drawing inspiration from universalism and humanism. The chairman believes that the 3 principles are the superior method in achieving the ideal state of human society. Universalism, anarchism, and syndicalism, state institutionalism, nationalism, and capitalism have all failed. While the principle of nationalism is aimed at attempting freedom and equality for nations all over the world, he stated that freedom and equality at home cannot be achieved without the fulfillment of the principles of the people's political power and livelihood simultaneously at home. Once all nations achieve this tripartite nationalism, universalism will consequently dawn. drawing comparisons between the principle of democracy and anarchism, stating that it entails people's control of political power in one nation and then following by political equality. Whilst both ideologies share goals in ending the state, anarchism left a void in where political power would vest. Under Sun Min, power would be divided between sovereignty and administrative power. The first would be directly vested and exercised in the people, consisting of the four powers of election, legislation, referendum, and recall. The second would be indirectly invested in the people through the 5 yuan: executive, legislative, judicial, examining, and supervisory. This 5-branch government will become the instrument of the people to achieve true self-government. Contrary to common misconception, Hu Hanmin argues Proudhon and Kropotkin envisaged repeal of the state, but not the government. With Sun Min elected, government officials and the people would work in tandem for public interest, and with its political power deprived, the state would wither away in favor of absolute personal freedom. Therefore, the three principles share the ideals of anarchism, but the KMT actually gives a feasible program to achieve them. Only the principles can give us democracy. He's still yapping. People's welfare and socialism. Once more, in his flurry of theory, Chairman Hu Hanmin has focused his sights on the third principle of the people's welfare, drawing comparisons between people's livelihood and the nascent socialist and syndicalist movements around the world. He has noted the radical difference between the three in implementation. Whilst all intended to achieve the ideal society, only the three principles were equipped with the instruments to transform these common ideals into reality, of which included land equalization and capital regulation. Once private ownership of the land and capital is abolished, socioeconomic injustice would go with it, and the cannibalizing class struggle would be avoided. Instead of violence, the national operation of conglomerates of railroads alongside mining and steel companies would create profits directly for the people. Taking a brief aside in his oration, Hu Hanmin drew a comparison of anarchism and Marxism, praising anarchists like Bakunin and Kropotkin. This anarchic socialism retained the structure of society and the individuality of the person. The chairman even claimed that Bakunin-Kropotkin's school was close to Sun Min, as opposed to Marxism, proletarian dictatorship, and belief in anarchist opposition to any form of social order. Concluding, Hu declared that governments which enjoyed Marxian political dictatorship and thorough control of the nation's wealth were more inclined to totalitarianism, concluding his speech on people's welfare. Hu Hanmin quoted Dr. Sun in that humanity's endeavor for survival had been the moving force of social progress. Class struggle was actually a social illness during the progress, further adding that class struggle merely arose when men felt compelled to rise for survival. With this, he indicated that Marx had mistaken the cause for this consequence and vice versa, with Hu stating that the three principles would create a new world order, a new world desired by all revolutionary movements. To aid the people. National Day of the Republic of China. In 1644, the cherished Ming dynasty was subjected to unjust occupation by the Manchu invaders. The traitor Wu Sangui allowed the Manchus through the Great Wall, subjecting the Han to centuries of oppression, yet the Chinese people have not forgotten its age of freedom. Throughout the last decade, 19th century and first decade of the 20th century, Chinese patriots who yet dreamed of a nation free from Manchu feudalism prepared to overturn the Qing, restore the Ming. October 10th, 1911 was the day that the chains over the Han finally broke. In an act of great bravery, revolutionaries in the Beiyang army, stationed in Wuchang, turned on their Manchu overlords and began the Xinhai Revolution. While the revolution took a year to carry out its goal, the hated Qing dynasty was toppled through an act of unity between Marshal Yuan Shikai and Provisional President Sun Yat-sen. But we were fools to trust Yuan. In 1913, he assassinated Comrade Song Jiaoren and even attempted to make himself Emperor of China. After his death, the Beiyang Republic continued to mock Xinhai's memory. From the revolutionary purge in Guangzhou, Sun Yat-sen and his trusted followers in the Kuomintang knew that the failed Beiyang experiment had to be put down with the iron fist. Setting out in 1926, the KMT began the Northern Expedition to eliminate the Beiyang government once and for all in an act of great cruelty. The German vultures descended from their rat's nest and crippled our national revolution and saved the Beiyang government. Despite decades of setbacks, the dream of Xinhai has not been forgotten by the Nationalist Party. No, we strive for a new republic, cleansed of the feudal and reactionary weaknesses of the first. No longer will our nation suffer foreign exploitation, no longer will we suffer warlord oppression, no longer will we suffer liberal failures. October 10th represents not the Beiyang despotate, but the epoch of the White Sun in the name of and memory of Dr. Sun Yat-sen and his three principles. Zhonghua Minghua Wansui. Development of the revolution. Having secured favorable, if perhaps sometimes reluctant official party endorsements for his prior statements, Hu Hanmin has shifted his attention towards the practical implementation of the principles, barely giving anyone time to rest after discussions. The chairman began by stating that the policies of land equalization and capital regulation would gear the national economy towards eventual public ownership of national wealth. Gongyo, and that the two arch-enemies of economic equity, both state alongside private capitalism, would be subsequently eliminated. Through joint government people economic endeavors with close cooperation between the two would finally lead to Gongyo. Scientific production would reduce the workload and increase the productivity of the people, further liberating their minds and energy from the drudgery of work. Through this, the people could devote themselves to creative, cultural, and public work, and eventually step up to take on local responsibilities, which would pave the way for self-government. Once this scientific production is achieved, the common enjoyment of social wealth, Gongxiang, would be underway. Hailing scientification as speeding up the process to achieve Gongxiang, in the ideal world envisioned by Hu Hanmin, the ancient ideals of from each according to one's ability and to each according to one's needs would become a social reality. However, the chairman clarified that he did not consider absolute equality necessary as long as every member in the society was free from all sorts of wants. Steward of the Revolution. And now we can finally expand, guys. Yippee. Now, I don't know why Yunnan is not immediately joining them. Maybe they changed something there, because usually they do join immediately, but yeah. Let's pacify the interior. By the way, what's happening over here? What did they do? There's nothing happened yet there. I need a bit of juice to for my throat. Sucking that from reading all this. The revolutionary future. In a bold display of his renewed authority as chairman of the Central Executive Committee and nominal leader of the right-wing forces of the Kuomintang, Hu Hanmin has unequivocally declared that Dr. Sun's will was for the three principles of the people: nationalism, democracy, people's welfare, to be enacted immediately, simultaneously, and at every stage of the national revolution, despising the pitfalls and vile deals that his rivals Chiang Kai-shek and Wang Jingwei made. Hu Hanmin insists that even during the stage of military rule, every principle should be enacted, lest the loyal revolutionary soldiers turn into merely new warlords taking a more pleasant form. In fact, he has placed special emphasis that the party should never neglect the people's interests during the stages of revolution, most important of which being the period of tutelage. By the way, I just remembered, before we do this, let me actually be able to edit my army. Hammering in his credentials as having the most orthodox comprehension of Dr. Sun's ideals, Hu Hanmin has further stated that the new national revolution will follow the national reconstruction plan laid out by Dr. Sun in unyielding absolutism. The constitutional stage then would only be enacted in provinces once its counties had achieved local self-government. Once more than half of the provinces have reached that stage, a national convention would be assembled to promulgate a national constitution. In his concluding statement, Hu Hanmin expressed his desire to achieve Datong, the great harmony, saying that agape should be cherished as the foundation in man's endeavor for existence. While many of his warlord patrons had already begun to have second thoughts about inviting his return, for a shining moment the generals all felt small as Hu's words landed on the audience. With his eclectic blend of Chinese social ideals, Christian socialism, and modern scientific advancement, Hu promises to combine them all into a true formula for man to achieve great harmony. Basking in revolutionary glory, the audience roared an applause. To a bright future. While Hu Hanmin's indomitable personality captures the imagination of all the new Kuomintang members alike, whether or not his vision will prevail against China's realities is determined by the revolutionary zeal of the Right Kuomintang. Shared across all Right Kuomintang factions across China, this is a precious resource that is slowly built through accomplishing the party's goals of national reconstruction, but can be easily lost should party legitimacy be drawn into question. As the leader of the Right Kuomintang movement, we receive special bonuses through the balance of power that reflects the dominant attitudes towards the revolution. Hop. I think now we're done with this stuff. Well, I can ally them, by the way. So they're still fighting, but I think it's any second now, and they will get their collapsing morale stuff. They're still fighting each other, but yeah. The fate of the Fourth Army. Amongst the attendees of the first conference sits a selection of individuals most disagreeable to the new alignment of our government. The former Mingan officers associated with Chen Mingshu and his old 10th Division, were invited to attend the conference as an expression of unity between the wings of the Kuomintang. Aligned with the center-left, Chen and his allies find themselves stuck between a rock and a hard place, finding few friends and considerably ire within the conference. It is clear that they have been outflanked by Chen Jitang. At the same time, they fear repercussions from their former leftist allies who have long condemned them for working with the right in any capacity. Their apparent duplicity has finally caught up with them, with Fu Hanmin being presented with the option to oust them from the conference for their ties to Wang Jingwei. Many of their former rivals in Guangdong, like Chen Jitang, have pressed the chairman for their expulsion, already charting out plans for an aggressive military campaign and political purge. Who, however, has been more circumspect. An olive branch would weaken Wang's committee and counterbalance his dependence on Chen Jitang, and if successful, could further showcase his capability to lead the revolution. On the other hand, Chen Mingshu is known to be a vehicle for leftist infiltration, and tolerating him may have reverberations that follow. Goddammit. Benevolence is a virtue. We're gonna be cool to them. Schwarz-Weiß-Rot. The Seven Gentlemen incident, with the anti-concessionist hysteria taking a radical turn, conservative backlash seemed inevitable, but many were shocked when 7 prominent members of the National Salvation Federation were suddenly detained by legation authorities in Shanghai and extradited to Beijing on treason charges, where they remain imprisoned awaiting trial. While the National Salvation Federation has gained traction in recent months for organizing anti-concessionist protests, their arrest also takes place in the backdrop of the broader Chinese democratic movement. Exploiting the post-Northern Expedition power vacuum among the left in 1928, the National Salvation Federation, along with the Chinese Constitutionalist Party, the Chinese Vocational Educational Society, the Rural Reconstruction Alliance, and many other independents ranging from Hu Shi to socialists like Zhang Boyun and Tan Pingshan, formed the United National Construction League. The appearance of many socialist-adjacent figures triggering considerable suspicion, forcing the United National Construction League to publish a 12-point articles of faith that included calls for unity, peaceful negotiations, reconstruction, the promulgation of a constitution and enforcement of it, recognition of political parties, the end of military involvement in politics, anti-corruption and non-partisanship. Humored by Geely authorities in the lead up to the 1929 elections, in the 1932 Shanghai Uprising saw a brutal crackdown that forced the United National Construction League underground. After the Geely purge, many liberal and progressive intellectuals fled the League to the southwest, where they found warlord governments willing to tolerate them. A new coalition was formed, known as the Federation of Chinese Democratic Parties. The FCDP operated in secret, though it purged itself of leftist members who drew too much heat, like Zhang and Tan. The National Salvation Federation was not initially invited to the Federation of Chinese Democratic Parties, but were eventually readmitted. What? 1936 gave the FCDP a boost, but the weak response by FCDP authorities have caused the fragile movement to splinter. Proof bourgeois reformism goes nowhere. The amount of text is honestly getting ridiculous. It is not even 1947 yet. Gotta flesh out the paths. I think like half of that was just Fu Hanmin yapping. Alright, now we can edit our things. Now, militia would be cool. However, the militia sub-doctrine is locked behind being, you know, leftist, which we are not. So I don't know how effective that would be. And either way, this does make party zeal fall, which I kind of don't want. I might just go with the irregulars as always. Let's pacify the interior. I'm gonna go with irregulars, guys, because that's just how I work. Hugenberg joined Germany's chat. Imagine Hugenberg talking or rather screaming with Fessers on the Discord voice channel. That would be funny. By the way, do I have more advisors now? Oh yeah, thank God. God damn it, man. So, yeah, the silent workers would be great, but bro, what the hell is that cost? Wait, what is increasing the cost even more? What the fuck is ruthless cynicism? Am I dumb? Who the hell is that? Who's doing that? Oh, it's this. Never mind. The issue of military consolidation. The outstanding victory of Hu Hanmin has snuffed out all dissent and potential rivals to our claim of regional leadership. With this great triumph, stability can finally be restored to Liangguang, and the process of rebuilding can begin. Among other pressing matters in such a time is that of consolidating governmental power over our fledgling military. Whilst receiving nominal training from Berlin, the Germans never thought of Liangguang's army as anything more than a colonial askari to protect their legation assets and a broader anti-insurgency auxiliary for the Central Army. It is most pressing that we settle our military direction decisively, and forthcoming, with this in mind, three options have presented themselves. There's of course the natural option of continuing to structure our army upon German lines, furthering the concept of an elite corps of units that would complement a broader, larger, but less high-quality army. Replicating German successes in the Weltkrieg, this would maintain stability with our own army and allow our forces to focus on preparing for the future. Alternatively, and perhaps unconventionally, our army could mold itself in line with the hit-and-run tactics of the Guangxi clans, institutionalizing strategies deployed and used against the endemic hardy bandits of Guangxi. Hardy bandits of Guangxi, not hardly, hardy. There's no L. To this end, we would transform our provincial army into that of a citizen militia, blurring the lines between citizen and conscript. Finally, we try to emulate the decisive forces produced a decade beforehand by recommissioning the concepts taught in Whampoa Academy, featuring a smaller, devout and elite army built along Russian lines with embers of Japanese Bushido and socialist revolutionary influence. The elite training of Whampoa could prove to be the crucial deciding factor in the future of Hu Hanmin's government. We build an army worthy of the Republic. Grand modernized army looks inside irregulars. Funny how the event talks about modeling after the Germans when they came to aren't allowed to do that. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, this event just fired because I did this focus, so it's kinda Yeah. It's just in general information, basically. If whatever path you have. How are they still fighting, by the way? Or am I just that slow with all the events? Fate of the old Guangxi clans, with Huan Min's success over his other rivals within the provinces. Okay. These events should probably kind of fire before you... These events probably just take your leader's name, basically. The consolidation of local power has continued during the power struggle. Every contender had mustered their own forces to aid their claim, many of which have either fled or perished in the fighting. Most curiously, there have been reports of certain forces loyal to the old Guangxi clans approaching our commanders, requesting clemency in return for continuation of service. Known for their unorthodox tactics, the forces of old Guangxi are resilient and enduring. However, these requests for clemency are eyed suspiciously by our high command, as their disloyalty to their own cause has already been proven. Despite contentiousness of accepting their offer, the knowledge, skill, and connections their commanders possess could become integral to our success on the national scale. Woe to the vanquished. I need more zeal. This event now fired because we, got there. These events only fire once, by the way, once you get there, so if you get out of there again and get back there, it's not gonna fire again. A loyal opposition, increasingly critical voices of Wu Hanmin and his circle of dominant figures in the Kuomintang are popping up more and more often. Their main points of criticism are the widespread corruption and high taxes, not necessarily unrelated to each other. One surprising fact is that one surprising fact is that one of the main criticism came not from Li Zhongren, who is openly antagonistic to the chairman, but from two senior figures in the Western Hill clique, Lin Zhen and Zhu Zhen. They argue that poor governance and corruption are the inherent evils of the early period, but we must not overlook these problems. Both are actually loyal supporters of Hu, so it's quite a twist, but it's not necessarily a betrayal. Rather perhaps a sign that Hu Hanmin's influence is not as widespread in the Kuomintang as he is trying to show to the wider party. As we march every day forward towards our goal of unified China, it's clear we can't and we won't reach it without the necessary sacrifices, but we have to be careful. If we throw away way too much of our dream, the foundation of the people's faith in us, we won't be true to ourselves anymore and destined to fail. The white sun will fly over China. Grammar mistakes. I mean, it's fine to, like, it's also kind of good to go over these events and read them, because then you can spot grammar mistakes and I can fix them. So, by the way, you guys here in the stream, you can report these grammar mistakes right now and stuff like that. Don't even know if they maybe already found them or something, but yeah. Fate of the Year Army. With Hu Hanmin's success over his other rivals within the provinces, the consolidation of local power has continued during the power struggle. Every contender had mustered their own... Okay, that's literally what we already kind of read. Blah blah blah. It's just, do we get these guys or not? And I say no. Let's get early mobilization. The China Democratic Socialist Party. The arrest of the 7 gentlemen has sent shockwave across China, but the upwelling in anger has not only been pointed at the Geely authorities. The Federation of Chinese Democratic Parties has proven ineffectual in their response to the crisis, with its component parties divided on their response and their leaders mostly calling for calm. In particular, the Chinese Constitutionalist Party, the largest component of the FCDP and the only formal political party, has been accused of being spineless, too afraid of losing their influence in the National Assembly. The FCDP response has been limited to a belated statement condemning the arrest and funding lawyers for the accused. Many disgruntled FCDP intellectuals in the south have gathered in Guangzhou, where after weeks of discussion they have announced the formation of the China Democratic Socialist Party. Heading the party are former members of the China National Renaissance Society, a clique of left Liangists within the CCP led by Zhang Yunmei and Chang Dongsun. By the way, CCP, not confused with what you think. CCP stands for Chinese Constitutionalist Party. Another major faction are the Tsinghua University clique of the Crescent Moon Society led by Longji. When Yidor and Liang Shitiu. The new party claims to stand for a Western-style parliamentary democracy, a mixed economic system that blends guild socialism and social democracy, and a nationalistic outlook that elevates race as the most important principle in society. In addition to calling for a new constitution, they also demand an immutable 5-year plan after unification with a focus on unity, efficiency, and stability. DSP leaders have a history of working with southern warlords such as Sun Chuanfeng, federalists such as Zhao Hengti, Chen Jiangming, and Tang Jiao, and intellectuals such as Hu Xie. They also have had some overlap with the Young China Party, another Liangist offshoot. Though only boasting about 10,000 followers on the onset, the Renaissance weekly newspaper has seen a notable uptick in subscribers. Revisionist, bourgeois, and counter-revolutionary. Internal machinations. Following the establishment of Huan Min's new revolutionary government in Guangzhou, the chairman has made great strides to maintain cohesion throughout the movement and avoid blatant favoritism. Even in his exiled committee in Moscow, Huan Min maintained strict orthodoxy in relation to government structure, never allowing an official or unofficial second-in-command to make themselves evident. Following Sunism down to the very roots in the current stage of the revolution, only the chairman of the party should be the primary influence on the direction it takes, as the prime minister and premier of the executive yuan do not exist until the constitution stage following unyielding party doctrine. That being stated, however, does not mean the chairman doesn't lean on a variety of individuals for advice and their unique perspectives in times where his own proves faulty. Much has changed since Huan Min last set foot on Chinese soil, and the power players in Canton are in some ways different whilst also remaining the same. To placate the regional militarists and support the powers that welcomed him back in the first place, the chairman could leverage Chen Jitang's expertise in such matters, or perhaps play into factional loyalties and lean on his reliable protege, Li Wanfen. The venerable Zhao Lu has also presents an amicable choice. With years of experience in politicking, albeit personal friction is undoubtedly present. Or it may be necessary to see to Li Zhongren as to strengthen the military. This is not a decision to be taken lightly, for who knows what influence each faction could extract from the chairman's reliance. Okay, now we get a... Do we get a new second in command, or... We're gonna go with Li Wen Fun, but a moment. Li Wen Fun, but a moment, please. New second in command. Now I can actually appoint advisors because they don't cost 200 political power because of Li Zongren, man. Failed revolution in Nepal? What the hell? I remember stopped reading every word when it came to the like 10 plus event. Alright, let's do this now so that we fully get rid of the thing here. More units have spawned in, and they have the Right Kuomintang in charge now. So we can offer an alliance. We can also offer an alliance to Sichuan. Okay, what do we have here now? Of course, our best marshal is Li Zongren, but I don't trust him. We did keep Chen Mingshu, and we have the East Western Hills group aligned. He is a Guangdong clique aligned. I don't know if who we keep here or who we get rid of, or if we even get rid of anyone here. But I'm gonna appoint this guy. He seems fine. And do I have? I'm here. I'm gonna maybe. Okay, I just have one irregular guy, and he's not even a Kuomintang officer. What the hell? What are you aligned with? Western Hills Group. Okay. I don't even know if they will stay once we get done here, but I think they should. I mean, here's a war hero trait, by the way. So, you know, I think they're still gonna level up and give me problems, basically. I guess let's appoint this guy. He's the 6th Army General, right? Yeah. Okay, I don't even need to spend political power. Thank you very much. Now the Hunanese are still not existent. Not the moment I press that. Alright. Wait, do I fight them immediately? Actually, I could do that, honestly. It immediately disappears. Wow. Minus 20 political power. Yeah. Yeah, let's fight them. I can't take their units right now. I need to integrate them once for that, so hopefully they don't get declared war upon. So I'm not gonna call them in. What is they're with the Yanshan? By the way, are they actually winning? Wow. I mean, if he manages to hold Nanjing, then he could still win. This is how he could. This is how Jishian could still win. Don't siege Longyan. Just take it. What do I get here now? What is revolutionary seal looking right now? Right now here. What focuses do zeal? It's just this, okay. Let's do this. Eventually of an expedition. That doesn't bypass if I'm at war or something, right? Yeah, should be fine. Sichuan is just Republican, I guess. Oh, never mind. Left Kuomintang actually won. They took a year to win this, by the way. What the heck is the longest that I've ever had to wait for that one. I guess we can do a non-aggression pact so they don't annoy me while I do other things. What the hell do I have in Fearless slot, by the way? Little Zhuge. Actually not bad, bro. Actually not bad. Wait. Jesus Christ. Might appoint him for the buffs he gives. Is this changed that this costs 0? Or do I have... what the fuck do I do here? No, I've the doctor reduction, right? Do I? Yeah, I do. Yeah, these two. Combined make it 0 cost. Anyway, let's get irregulars. So I have no guns. I have artillery though. Barely. Barely. I have barely artillery. A new academy opens. The Whampoa Military Academy has a keen and storied history. Following the descent of China into warlord polities and chaos, Sun Yat-sen made multiple attempts to launch an open expedition from his staging grounds in Guangdong. However, the fledgling KMT government remained militarily incapable of surpassing even the local warlords, let alone Beiyang. To resolve this, the founding of a local military academy aimed at producing classes of revolutionary and, most importantly, loyal officers to serve in the army, conforming to Dr. Sun's ideas. Concentrating all of the revolutionary military talents into one academy, the first commandant of Whampoa was the prodigy Chiang Kai-shek, with various other key figures such as Liao Zhangkai, Hu Hanmin, and Wang Jingwei also serving in crucial roles at the academy. The cadets produced by Whampoa were some of the most fierce, loyal, and capable soldiers to have ever descended into the China battlefield, willing to sacrifice everything and themselves for the liberation of the nation. With this in mind, our military high command has developed plans to replicate the tenacity and successes of Whampoa, reviving the concept of a smaller, higher quality and devout army to strike deep into the heart of our foes. With a primary influence from Red Russian and French advisors combined with aspects of Japanese Bushido and now inspiration from modern Russian doctrine, the new Whampoa will produce revolutionary soldiers unheard of within China, bowing to no corrupt influence and fighting for the sincere future of the nation. Fraternity, devotion, sincerity. Speaking of, let's get the spirit of the Whampoa here. How long till war goal? Where's my war goal? Oh, I already have it, bruh. Then let's wait for the divisions to reorg. We need a new headmaster. During the heroic Northern Expedition and its harrowing collapse, many Whampoa cadets served and died. Among its fallen was its infamous headmaster Chiang Kai-shek, and with him the old academy dissolved, while many of its alumni retreated to Guizhou, others attached themselves to bandits or other republicans, or retired to live quiet lives. During his tenure as headmaster, Chang made several attempts to increase the importance and magnitude of such a role within the revolution, spurring on a flurry of deep interpersonal relations with the various cadets and faculty. He transformed it into a major political post that wielded considerable influence on the direction of not just the army but the revolution as a whole. Having revived this pivotal institution, the question of who to head it has emerged. While efforts have been made to curtail the role's influence, the competition for the position has nevertheless been fierce. Two favorite candidates have emerged. General Li Zongren is the leader of the new Guangxi clique, a brilliant commander, but with ambitions of his own. His rival is General Li Liajun, a renowned sovereign revolutionary hero and veteran party member affiliated with the Western Hill clique. Other leading contenders have been excluded: Chen Jitang due to his governorship of Guangdong province, while Bai Chongxi has withdrawn himself from candidacy to support the bid of his friend Li Zongren. Xu Chongji, for his part, has been appointed war minister, and the party is reluctant to centralize military authority into one man to avoid another Chang. The final decision is sure to affect the future of Ampor and the National Revolutionary Army's direction for the forthcoming wars. And so the final decision for Headmaster is... let's get... so we get a free... we would get a free Chief of Army, basically. So, let's see. Keep our current Headmaster. Do I want... I feel like the reinforcement rate is cooler. So let's appoint him. Li Liajun. Already our marshal, so yeah. My army should be done now, right? Yeah. Fully trained, basically. I could get a Russian military mission, by the way. I could get some weapons. Oh, and military factories. I'm going down there. Up, guys, here goes nothing. Let the Northern Expedition begin. I'm not gonna call in the other two. Speaking of the other two. Let's increase integration of Yunnan, so that I can take their troops. Oh, by the way, did they? Yeah, they added more supply ups now. I saw that in Jinhua is the supply up now. That was there before, I think, in Hefei, but I think Hengyan also didn't have a supply up, right? Anything up here? No, not really, still the same. I think that's also still the same, but yeah. I guess just a few more supply ups, but yeah, better than nothing. Let's cut these guys off. We should be able to march into here. Just like in the actual Northern Expedition, we are overrunning Hunan. Oh, did Manchuria get one on the Korean border? I think they're still the same. That supply was always there. A supply down here in the middle would be great. Changsha is about to fall. Got the regional capital of Henan. Let's move to Changde and make them capitulate. And that's it for Henan. Let us try and consolidate our gains now. I want to encircle them. So I'm just gonna lose this up there. Wouldn't matter too much. I'm not gonna rush up here because kinda it would overextend me a bit too much. Sichuan is still very no integration, okay. Am I faster than these guys? No, I'm not. Ah, but they're... okay, that's why they're faster. They have no orc. They railroaded in their strategic redeployment. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, nice encircled. Stop attacking. Alright, Henan has been overrun. We captured all their major cities, and they were making tactical mistakes by retreating out of there. And I have selected all the armies again because I misclicked. Okay, everything except these guys. Please stop. Yeah, I can encircle even more now. Nope, not gonna let you go out. What do I have here, by the way? Concealment genius. Good that I kept these guys around. Yeah, I would have gone there, but I wanted to do operations over here first, and I feel like if I went up there, it would just overextend my unit line a bit too much, since my units are just 8 with. Okay, what does this do? This is just options where I could get equipment from, right? Yeah. And I want that. I need more guns. I even got some guns now from Henan capitulating, so let's expand my division size. Okay, I feel like this is a bit problematic, so move over there. Had to do the battle again because they were retreating out of there. We were not retreating out of there because of this bug again, but yeah. They declared war there. Is it released so far from my PC? Yep. They just declared on Sichuan, okay. They're still not integrated, right? Okay, 2 days. I need their soldiers ASAP. Kirchtemur? Nope, you're not breaking out of there, my guy. Oh, they're actually trying to break out over this. It's not great. First. Okay, nice. Give me your troops. Oh, what? What the what? Those are mine now. Why? Like, it's not just that they're veterans, it's the veterans and they look like this. What the hell? Excuse me? Why are you not helping on the front, man? Yeah, damn it. Best move them over here, bro. I need them. These guys would be beasts. Well, Huan Min, I just did a presentation about him in university. That's cool. You missed his lecture, man. I read like a billion events about his ideology. Okay, I have arrived over there, so I can stop this now. Could attack them here. Yep. Okay, let's get Bai Chongxi here, even though he is new Guangxi clique officer. General, whatever. I need his buffs. They're very great. Speaking of something I need, these guys are gonna help a lot now. Then has some beefy boys, it seems. Crisis on the Danube. Is that just... yeah, okay, it's just Hungary. I thought Austria was being a dick again. Like, look at now. Actually, gonna be very powerful. Oh yeah, right. Garrisons. Before I expand a goddamn garrison template the entire time. Speaking of, we could also reduce resistance with these things here, right? Yeah. So we give them more suppression. Get free military police, whatever. Let's now completely destroy them. The Liangguang Joint Military and Political Conference. Following recent appointments within our cabinet, leading military figure Bai Chongxi has been given the most prestigious opportunity to speak at the Liangguang Joint Military and Political Conference in order to set the stage for his revolutionary restructuring of the armies. Already too late, my guy. Bai heralded his new theory on warfare by arguing for utter mass mobilization of the Chinese people, championing Yuping Yunung. Unify peasantry and soldiery. He claims to have modernized this traditional concept for the new age of modern warfare. In his words, to prepare ourselves for a struggle does not mean only that we must train troops. We must train the masses. Not only must there be military training, there must be political, economic and cultural preparation. The reason for this is because war today is not fought by army against army. It is a war of citizens against citizens. Total war. It is a war not only for weapons, it is a war pitting the total national strength of one nation against that of another. Whilst there are those that provide ample support for these new concepts, most notably the new Guangxi clique, there has been considerable pushback. In particular, scrutiny was aimed at the belief that Bai would rather transform students into machines aimed at warfare and nothing more. thoroughly rejecting these accusations, Spy argued that he wasn't only reinforcing good habits, giving them a new direction and purpose, dropping bad habits like esoterica. He even went as far to argue that a soldier is the liveliest person of all. In what way have I turned into a machine? He reportedly asked. Following on from this, many are fearing that Bai's ruthless pioneering of the new strategies of warfare will cause fracturing in our armed forces during a dire time of great need for unity. Otherwise, however, argue that an uncompromising revolutionary mindset is needed to ensure a completion of Sun Yat-sen's dreams. Exercise restraint. Alright. Let's get rid of their troops here. They're still fighting Shangqiang. Shangqing, bro. Still fighting them. What the hell? And these guys are just finished now, so it's gonna take a bit until they actually do something. By the way, Bro, okay. Stupid game. Let's march on to Wuchang, Hankow, and Hanyang. This time we will not fail. Actually, I could just add them to this, but tell them to not move. Though it's probably gonna confuse me. How much guns do I have now? None. Okay, I need this focus. That old bald man in Shandong really refusing to die. He's just that kind of guy. Alright, let's expand the Guangdong arsenal. Let's also get the infantry expert. Caters, cooperatives, and countryside. To mobilize the people, the nationalist government has promoted the expansion of cooperatives as a means of reforming China's local governments, while the KMT is hardly alone in bemoaning the demise of the Chinese village. Their fears that the new cooperatives will drift from the party's charted course has pushed them to take a strong hand, with close involvement at every stage. According to party officials, these cooperatives will fill the 6 responsibilities of local government during tutelage. First, compelling a modern census. Second, to break down notions of private property. Third, financing public works and infrastructure development. Fourth, improving grain management, grain storage and welfare services. Fifth, open new lands for cultivation and reforestation. And sixth, promote local self-government. The cooperatives themselves are designed with parallel structures to the provincial and national government, with credential committees modeled after the examination yuan, management committee acting akin to the executive and judicial yuans, and inspection committees imitating the control yuan. The Kuomintang theorize that the people's participation in these organs would convert villagers into citizens, educating them on the 4 rights set by Dr. Sun. On the ground, these efforts at establishing cooperatives have received a mixed reception, with many young idealists wholeheartedly embracing the program with stride, while more cynical comrades resist these programs, fearing the consequences, prematurely handing power to illiterate pumpkins. Still, a generation of party cooperative guides fan out onto the countryside, spending months on propaganda and investigative work and promoting joint meetings of party, government and educational institutions to supply information about and to the people of the area. Whatever the party's leaders may say in Guangzhou, these nameless cadres will decide the fate of the cooperative movement. The enthusiasm of young activists inspire the people. Oh, a new level of zeal. The party and the army. A recent hearing on military budget was unexpectedly quite eventful. Huan Min's relentless questions about the military's overspending but put Bai Chongxi, Li Zhongren's lieutenant and de facto aide de camp, in a rather awkward position, to the extent that Li himself had to intervene to get him out of the predicament. The chairman has always been skeptical about militarism and the army and has never seen it as a state-leading element. Ideally, he believes civilians should manage the day-to-day affairs of the party and the state. As the separation of these roles is currently not clear enough, there is constant conflict which is more or less visible to the public, but this hearing clearly showed Huan Min's strengthened position and influence within the KMT. As the party grows more powerful and energetic day by day, we shouldn't forget the ordinary people who rally to our flag. Their faith in the Kuomintang revolution is everything to us, and without their support, our vision will crumble. We can't let our sacrifice be in vain. The party is what allows us to see beyond it. We need... how much zeal do we have now? 51, so we just need like 15 more to get Huan Min's path, basically. We can now go on 5 speed since we're not microing that much. Just waiting for battle, basically, to be done. We're gonna get Wuchang when this cavalry down there dies. It's protected by a goddamn fort. Finally, the foreign arms licensing. I need some weapons. Gonna probably take the Anglo-Americans. I'm not gonna read this now though, since it's kinda Probably just gonna talk about gun licensing. But yeah, let's get the guns. More guns, the better. Guomindang exiles arrive. Let's take them in. And yeah, Wuchang will fall now, giving us a supply up. Oh, but wait, the tiles here were changed, guys. I remember there being like a tile in between these two tiles and Wuchang. Right? There was a tile here, I remember that. Hankow has also been seized. Oh shit, just wanted to... Nice, more mills. Oh, we can already begin national reconstruction. Let's do that. Wait, by the way, are they still... Yeah, they're still going. So... Didn't even need to start that. Does it immediately bombard me with events? Let's start that. To get rid of the negative modifiers. They are completely abandoning the front line. Okay, nice. The Tri-Cities have been secured. Our subject is constantly expanding in the open tiles, which, sure, do that. Then I don't have to think about it. Okay, nice. The mountains here are secured. Though I would like to get also this now. If you so graciously open it for me. Did they just lose divisions? What the hell? By the way, I think they're... By the way, yeah, they're just in there. I forgot about them. My bad. Hey, my bad. This is what they thought would happen once they got to one. Can these guys please... Oh my god, Austria is actually doing their stupid screw minority path. Alright, that is, I think, the second... First... I don't know which phase. To play this for the first time, why I'm trying to know which phase this would be. But... yeah. Got rid of some of the debuffs, got other debuffs now instead, I guess, which, fine. Our industry tree is now removed, so there's that. Okay, how do I get rid of the illiteracy? Okay, I want to get rid of that first. That's horrendous. Could move our capital, but I don't have Nanjing, and that's the only thing I'm gonna move it where I would move it to. Let's try and rush for Beijing. Maybe that's gonna work. It's gonna lose his cavalry division. It's not even mine, so I don't care. It reminds me of a similar Beijing government, guys. Gonna give them this, I guess, since they did resist them for a while. They deserve it. Only for me to conquer them. Yeah, guys, so I was the Geely. How far away are they from their reclamation stuff? Because I need to. Let's get Shanqing first. Actually, Shanqing first. What are they currently? Oh my god. Yeah. Let's get a war ball. Yeah, I'm gonna do Grand Assault. Northern Expedition avenged. Oh god, my military. No, my military. Let's fix that to the best of my ability. No, I'm not wanna spend 10 goddamn. Matchstick of Revolution! The province that initiated the ultimately doomed Northern Expedition has long been one home to much strife, suffering and warfare during the Warlord era. Ripe with conditions to ferment its own regionalist Kuomintang party members, the party cadres from Henan have been some of its most loyal and some of its most mixed. Stalwarts of the party, such as Chen Jian, who has long endured the path of revolutionary struggle, or the amiable Tan Yan Kai, one of Dr. Sun's most reliable allies, owe the province their allegiance. Similarly, radical firebrands based within the agrarian province's rural populace, such as Tang Shengji, have proven to be the backbone of the leftist faction's own struggle. And so the question is raised, with the occupation of Changsha and practical dominion over Henan province, what shall be the fate of the local party members? The left wing, notwithstanding many of the younger party cadres and especially the new Guangxi clique, have opposed any and all considerations of true amnesty of Henan Kuomintang, insisting that their time has passed, or otherwise that they are spent force willing to parley with Beiyang. In opposition, much of the older party membership, such as Western Hills or the Elders, have opened communication channels with Chen Tian and the 6th Army alongside Tan Yan Kai and the 2nd, feasibly vouching of their continued loyalty to the ideals of the National Revolution and their relative apolitical attitude in inter-party affairs. Their calls for integration have rung true throughout much of the neutral party membership. Yet concerns of enabling old guard domination of the party apparatus remain, championed most fiercely by Li Zhangren and Chen Jitang. Yeah, no, I'm gonna actually get them back, even though it's gonna decrease revolutionary zeal. And that's the National Day of the Republic of China. Already read this event. But yeah, new generals. Or politicians. Because Tan Yan Kai is advisor. Oh, it is I thought this was a national spirit. What? It's an advisor. Are you playing Right Kuomintang? Yeah. Oh, second Northern Expedition is done, guys. Okay, I'm gonna go like pee for a second, guys. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Drank too much water because my throat is dying from reading all of that. Well, now the second... By the way, I just noticed the Marklicks and they're still fighting. The Second National Congress. Thanks to the recent developments, an emergency Kuomintang National Party Congress has been called in Guangzhou. Despite the short notice, key luminaries have flooded in from across the nation, perhaps recognizing the urgency of the situation. That is not to say that the Congress is perfectly representative, and indeed unification remains distant, but for all its flaws, there is no going back. Hu Hanmin is the opening speaker, and he elects to follow up his prior warnings of corruption within the party by recounting its history, detailing how Chen Jiangming's 1922 betrayal, the 1924 Merchant Corps uprising, the defection of Yang Ximin and Liu Jianhuan in 1925, and finally the socialist betrayal at the Fourth Plenum each sabotaged prior attempts at unifying the country. He argues that the syndicalists are particularly condemnable because while Chen, Yang and Liu openly rebelled, the trans-party elements broke that party from within. It was their trick to fabricate demagogic slogans such as leftist, rightist, new rightist, and impose them on the Kuomintang to break their camaraderie. Therefore, he concludes ominously, each time the revolutionary strength grows, we must launch an internal purge. Each time we launch an internal purge, the revolutionary strength of the Kuomintang will achieve victory over our external counter-revolutionary enemies of warlords, imperialists and bureaucrats alike. National party congresses are supposed to be held every 4 years, though in practice have been suspended. This might very well be the last chance for the various Kuomintang grandees to address the entire party before unification, and they are well aware of this fact. Observers have been desperately trying to read the barometers to get a sense of prevailing attitudes as the leading heirs of Dr. Sun decide the party's direction. Some wonder if this Congress will be the end of the Kuomintang's political struggles, or perhaps only the beginning. A hardy leader in changing times. By the way, I just remembered. No, I don't remember it. Wait, all these are locked behind focuses, by the way. But where? Ah, over here, okay. Alright, because I really need to increase vigor. I wished Paradox didn't make the Great Wall so inaccurately. Actually makes the borders look shit in places like Gansu and Ningxia. The true meaning of the Kuomintang. With great swaths of China now under the control of the nationalist government, the Kuomintang must now endeavor to begin an efficient and competent program for economic reconstruction. While many opinions have surfaced on how said reconstruction could look, Hu Hanmin has recalled a paper he wrote while in exile in Paris to be a guiding theory of the KMT's economic policies, titled The True Meaning of the KMT, who asserts that the KMT as a party of the workers and peasants stood for the interests of all Chinese people. Stressing the interests of workers and peasants, the KMT gathered around it all Chinese in forging a revolution to overthrow the warlord dictatorship and restore political power to the people, who stressed that all the Chinese constituted one class of people who suffered from the bullying of foreign imperialists, rebuking a criticism that the KMT was a party of petty bourgeoisie, who reiterated that the party was the sole revolutionary body representing the interests of all the Chinese. In the paper, Wu continued to promote his one-class Chinese theory via addressing the question of the Free People's Principles. He regarded the principles as an integral set of revolutionary doctrine and asserted that it would be impermissible for anyone to take a certain proportion from it to serve one particular group of people. Quoting Sun, the principle of people's livelihood is socialism and is also known as communism, who concluded that common ownership of property cannot achieve connoted achievement of happiness by the entire nation, in rejection of Marxist class struggle theory. Never in this paper did Wu indulge in possible convergence of the KMT and the CSP, for their ideologies were so far apart from one another, having urged the Central Committee to move further away from the Syndicalist League many years ago. Of course, Chairman Wang paid no heed to Wu's words and led the party to disaster. Now Wu has his chance to fix Wang's mess and follow Sun's vision of the letter. To the letter. The party will ensure economic prosperity for all. No. Where's my war goal? There, 10 days. Hypocrite. Draft Program of National Salvation. While the full Congress is not expected to formally convene for another 2 weeks, informal political caucuses have been hard at work politicking and log-rolling in various smaller official committee meetings and backroom discussions. With an American formal education and renowned diplomatic credentials alongside deep connections to various members of the party, the steadfast and triumphant Wu Chaoshu has felt well at home in his environment of careful dialectics and cautious debate. Joined by the youthful and energetic right hand of the Crown Prince, Liang Hanzhao, the duo have aggressively lobbied on behalf of their master's reconstruction faction. Their abilities to influence the direction of the party have grown beyond simply their affiliation with the old Crown Prince and Hawaii cliques, or even the Overseas Chinese Commission that has long been counted as their trusted allies. They have emerged as a respected cohort of the Shanghai Committeemen, a clique of Central Executive Committee members frequently at odds with their warlord counterparts. After just a few short days, Wu Chaoshu took charge in unveiling their plan for the conference. Finally, today he has presented the Draft Program of National Salvation, the first working paper to reveal itself to the public. In it, he, Sun Fo, and the other authors, many of whom are fellow civilians, came down against further militarization, demanding that 50% of all government revenues go to reconstruction. He has charged that the high military spending was a necessary evil during the wars of unification, but now that those have slowed the party, must begin its transition to helping the people, lest it falls to the corruption Beiyang succumbed to before them. As an acclimatized diplomat, Wu Chaoshu spoke with his common found ferocity before the assembled intellectuals he hoped to sway. Despite the favorable base, many hesitate to endorse his plan, while many in the audience, and most definitely Wu himself, who sits on the Reconstruction Committee, stand to benefit from an expansion of reconstruction spending. The decline to domestic fighting is clearly more due to the rising threat of Japan. Wu is all the time aware of this fact, but holds himself responsible to deem if the crowd has forgotten the Guofu's promises to ensure people's welfare even in times of war. Even in war, we cannot forget the needs of the people. I think we now have enough. No, we don't have enough. Actually, now we would have enough. Yunnan delegates opine for stability. While warlords are known to be fickle, regionalist attitudes are not necessarily exclusive with national patriotism or a desire for stability, especially in the push and pull nature of the Chinese warlord era. Quickly catching on to the intrigues of the Second National Congress, delegates from Yunnan have split in allegiances under heavy pressure from competing threats, bribes and sympathies, while there have been plenty who have independently cast their lots with Hu Hanmin or against him. The center has abided by the wishes of Zhu Paide and obeyed KMT3RAR directives to avoid supporting any intra-party movements deemed subversive. I think it's just Third Army. KMT Third Army. Governor Zhu Paide has personally made sure to be seen shaking hands with Chairman Hu, a clear statement of his alignment. Still so much on the line, Li Zhongren and his partisans are hard at work to undermine this apparent alliance, hoping that Yunnan bloc will fracture under the weight of their lobbying. With plenty of room left for advanced maneuvers, the battle is certainly over. Their voices are acknowledged. Guys, Zhu Paide is on our side, let's go. Guangxi Reconstruction Research Committee. Wu Chaoshu, Liang Hangzhao, and their allies were hardly the only ones hoping to influence the party's direction during the conference. Perhaps spurred by Reconstruction's bold address in the last few days, the Guangxi Reconstruction Research Committee has decided to present their findings publicly with Li Zhongren's proud backing. I think there's a 2 missing. Has decided to present their findings publicly with Li Zhongren's proud backing. Am I just stupid? I don't think I'm stupid. The committee was established by the new Guangxi clique to organize a plan for wartime reconstruction and gather post-war reconstruction ideas as well, envisioned as a high-level incubator of ideas. Their ideas heavily emphasized the need to prepare the nation mentally for war through heavy doses of propaganda in school civics classes, speeches by magistrates featuring of propaganda films, and social solicitation of public support for their troops. The committee has also stressed the need to improve and maintain morale among the conscripts by treating them well. What? As opposed to the regular abuse most Chinese armies have been built on, bro. Sun Tzu, treat your soldiers well and they win. Easy. That's the art of war, guys. If you feed your soldiers, they will be good at fighting. What? No. Providing them quickly with food, drink, blankets, uniforms, and mosquito nets, as well as friendly veteran officers. Officers have been advised to scout ahead to prepare clean campgrounds, limiting marches to at most 70 li a day. On the flip side, they have recommended aggressive measures against desperation, discouraging them with arrests and harsh punishments. The traditional penalty of imprisoning a family members for a month was deemed inadequate, though the practice of allowing conscripts to pay for a replacement should be allowed to continue. Additional funding has been requested for these measures on top of further initiatives to expand military production and training. Despite their humble and sometimes crude warlord heritage, the new Guangxi clique has proven quite adept at politics themselves. They have been working to impress others in the military brass with these plans, working to present themselves as the proud defenders of the nation. While it is unclear if the decision to share this plan was a hasty response to their rivals in the Shanghai Committee, what is clear is that Li Zhongren has been happy to soak up the spotlight. It is clear that his ambitions have grown far beyond that of Guangxi, though the austere nature of his agenda has worried many. In desperate times, vultures circle. No way, Sichuan's also supporting us. And I think we reached, yep, another level here. Though we don't want to go overboard because minus 20 stability. But we would have enough revolutionary zeal now for our one-min path. But yeah, I think that's probably just the same text as with Jupiter, just with, KMT, just with the Sichuan faction leader there now. So their voices are acknowledged. I can't take this anymore. Okay. Almost 2 years have passed. What do you mean just only a single year has passed? Like, we're in October 1947. Guys, that's just how it is. The fruits of Hu Hanmin's and the Kuomintang's tireless efforts are clearly paying off. Our banner flies prideful not only in Guangzhou, but also in many other cities in South China, and proudly heralds the triumphs of our movement. The general mood among the common people is quite enthusiastic, and it would appear that our envisioned New China is no longer a question of but when. No longer a question of if but when. I didn't say the if. Wow. However, the current situation is not without its problems. Perhaps out of our enthusiasm building on our past achievements, more and more voices are calling for various reforms from within and outside government. This has put our leadership in a very difficult position because these reforms are in most cases quite a bit more radical than what our current vision would allow. Therefore, these voices are left unsatisfied. In turn, this has resulted in a willful population that is difficult to control, the most typical manifestation of which is the emergence of several self-organizing revolutionary circles. These organizations are completely local, separate from each other, and all believe and trust in the party, but it is questionable whether, if the trend of the growth of our revolutionary zeal continues, they won't give us more headaches. Another downside is that it's getting harder and harder to get cooperation from the high command of the army. They, led by Li Zhangren, are increasingly skeptical about this growth of zealousness, but there's not much they can actually do about it, outside of the structure of the military, where several reorganizations are to be expected in the coming weeks. We must hold ourselves together. Enforcer embodying the Whampoa spirit by somehow managing to win during 1938. I didn't really want to speedrun it, it just happened, okay? It's not my fault. The chairman and the heavenly king. The sudden challenge to his leadership has come as somewhat of a surprise to Hu Hanmin. Ever assured of his unquestionably superior qualifications for the chairmanship, defiant and stubborn as usual, he has carried on with his usual haughty air, stressing the need for unity and reminding his audiences that the esteemed Dr. Sun has already laid out a comprehensive plan for unification and reconstruction. However, it is evident that he is not as cavalier as he pretends to be, and who has been seen meeting with the Shanghai committeemen, suggesting a growing concern about his ability to hold onto power. Confidence in the so-called heir to Dr. Sun. Confidence in the so-called heir to... Oh, man, I can't read. Confidence in the so-called heir to... Confidence in the so-called heir of Dr. Sun has begun to waver with the new Guangdong clique as Chen Tang begins to weigh his options. Hu and his elders, too small to be powerful on their own right, has often depended on the civilian Western Hills clique on the warlord New Guangdong clique to be their pillars of support. The latter has always been a source of embarrassment to Hu and easy target for accusations of hypocrisy and a source of derision from potential liberal allies. Now, with Hu's position besieged by General Li and the chairman hoping to add another foot to the stool by courting Sun Fu, his existing allies in Guangzhou have proven more reluctant to come to his defense. Nevertheless, there is no love lost between the Guangdong and Guangxi cliques. Their intertwined history has been a large degree of cooperation, but also mutual abuse. Both had invaded and occupied one another across the warlord period. Relations between Chen Jitang and Li Zhongren are polite but frosty. Both share a common desire for their own province's autonomy while preserving the nation's strength. Heavy heavy militarism and social engineering, and a certain disdain for pompous intellectuals. Amid uncertainty, and conflicting promises, it is up to Chen Jitang, the heavenly king of the south, to read the situation to his advantage. Better the devil you know. When the hills begin to shake. The Western Hills clique since its inception has always seen Hu Hanmin as the rightful leader of the party, though such loyalty is not unconditional either. Hu's leadership has always been contingent on his ability to defend the party from the infiltration of the syndicalist powers and the subversion of the warlords, and Li's ascent has raised questions among his allies about Hu's ability to fulfill his mantle to bring constitutional reform to China, rule to China. While leaders of the Western Hills faction are all willing to fight for him, few are willing to sink with him. Thus, the once lofty and steadfast bastion of the chairman has begun to quiver, their supercilious tone turning to a skittish one. While few Baileys claim to have embraced democratic principles, some figures such as Huang Jilu, Xie Qi, and Mao Zuchuan have begun to show some sympathy for the general's call for a resolute defense while facing down Japanese aggression. Others such as Zhu Zheng and Zhao Lu, however, have shown nothing but a contempt for warlord insubordination, calling on these causes to rally to Hu Hanmin's defense. In the center sits men like Lin Sen, Li Liejun, and Zhang Jie, who have shuttled back and forth trying to mediate between the warring sides of the right. Prioritizing unity, they have also begun to quietly evaluate the situation for themselves, with room for a amicable resolution. Narrowing the Right Kuomintang's mountain is said to have turned inwards, its top leaders meeting in a closed session in a private conference room after mediation at a nearby temple. Their deliberations have run long into the night, but their final decision will have a significant effect on the rank and file. A hill worth dying on. The reading. Showdown in the Central Committee. With tensions rising, the rift between factions has taken a dimension beyond financial allocations, and observers have quickly identified the true schism is between those that are willing to accept Hu Hanmin's authority and those who would prefer another take at the helm. On the eve of the National Congress being called to order, the Central Executive Committee has decided to meet one final time before a new CEC is inaugurated. Normally a procedural matter, it was quickly apparent that this would be no lame duck session. In an effort to assert his unquestionable authority, Hu Hanmin began proceedings with a taut but vivacious speech defending his track record and maintaining that the revolution is well on track for unification. He stressed his role as Dr. Sun's successor and the need for a united face by the Central Executive Committee in accordance with the democratic centralist principles the party was founded on, warning of the dangers intra-party discord presents. He was quickly met by an aggressive salvo delivered by Li Zhongren personally, who lambasted Hu as a pretentious charlatan, accusing him of siding with Wu Chaoshu and his calls for 50% of government revenues being allocated to civilian reconstruction, despite the obvious and grave danger the nation is in. Li has gone so far as to accuse Hu of treason, charging him with being an agent of socialist and later Russian imperialism, digging into past scars by recalling Hu's apparent role in the First United Front with the syndicalists, the attempted murder of Liao Zhangkai, and ensuing party split, and the mysterious assassination of Chiang Kai-shek during the Long March. With the conflict between the two laid out to bear. Incensed committee member traded insults and accusations in the ensuing speeches, with the enmity in the room inflamed. Who delivered a rebuttal before withdrawing himself to silence, robotically carrying out his duties as chairman as his mind began to calculate. Even as the partisans entered the room shouted at each other, the reality is that the discussion will only end one of the two ways. Each with whose demise or lease. Though neither man broke eye contact behind their glares, their minds quickly tried to count prospective votes. Finally, who asked for silence to make a motion before a stunned room. Who moves for a closed vote by the Kuomintang Central Executive Committee immediately. Since I have enough revolutionary zeal, this should not be a problem. My voice is fucking dead. The chairman prevails. Despite the barrage of attacks that befell him, Huanmin stood his ground and turned the tables against his warlord rival. After a tight but still commanding vote, Huanmin emerged stronger than before, and with the support of the National Congress, ensured the new Central Executive Committee was stacked with loyalists. Other committees will soon follow suit. In a party known for bitter revenge against dissenters, failed challengers often face a grim fate. Quickly abandoned by their allies like a house of cards, Li's bloc collapsed, with latecomers quickly returning to the safety of their previous cliques while denying any involvement in Li's schemes. Within hours, only the bravest few were willing to be associated with the now disgraced General Li. News of his failed gambit quickly reached Guangxi. Governor Huang Shaohong, one of his chief allies and the nominal head of the province, has disavowed any knowledge of Li's plot and has personally called Huanmin to assure him of the province's loyalty, going so far as to declare Li a persona non grata. Huang Suchu, in turn, is said to have been detained by Guangxi delegation in Guangzhou for suspected corruption. Li Zhongren has accepted his fate stoically, sitting taciturnly in discussions in proper Guangxi military fashion. Bai Chongxi has remained at his side, has shown no sign of ordering any military movements that might constitute a rebellion. The only act that could be construed as a plea of mercy, as was a brief statement by Li of his desire to humbly continue to serve the revolution in the way the chairman sees fit. While their actions are not sufficient to cast them out of the party, the chairman must ensure they do not rise again. War Minister Xu Chongqi and General Chen Chitang has suggested ordering them to distant military posts, placing Li as director of the Military Affairs Commission headquarters, a powerless position near the front line, and Bai as a special advisor to the war minister in the capital, thus keeping them far apart from one another in Guangxi. Li Wenfan, whose protege and foreign minister Wu Chaoshu have instead advised both be sent abroad, perhaps to Moscow and Constantinople as military attachés, a tried and true method of eliminating rivals. Now I'm still using Bai Chongxi as a Furist, so Li can enjoy commanding the kitchen Well, that is the end of our rivals. And now nothing stands between Hu Hanmin, I would say. Guys, we're finally, I think we're finally done with the events, guys. No way. Oh, my Wargo is ready, by the way. I'm an idiot. I'm a dum-dum. Too much event reading, didn't even notice that. This should be fairly easy. The RKMT has truly gone progressive and woke. What are they cooking, bro? National Finance Conference. The conference also tackled the issue of standardization, aiming to standardize both taxes and currencies in lands controlled by the nationalist government and aligned warlord provinces. Farming and legion duty on movement of goods would not be taxed. Leading luminaries, including Wu Chaoshu and Zhu Cheng, planned to account for the lost tax revenue by diverting money meant to go to the military and have pressed Chairman Hu Hanmin on this issue. The generals of the new Guangxi clique have strongly objected to these measures, asserting that without a strong military budget, the NRA would not be able to complete total unification or fend off invasion from the Japanese or Germans. The conference was ultimately unable to decide on who the chairman of the central bank ought to be. Although the list of candidates has been narrowed down, the first candidate, Huang Hanliang, is unliked by many, but is a liberal banker with ties to the Guofu's son, Sun Fu, and is unlikely to cause Hu Hanmin much trouble. The second candidate, Fu Rulin, is a safer choice, being a favorite of Zhu Zheng and his Western Hills clique. The third and fourth candidates, Ao Fangpu and Huang Shuzhou, are not tied to Hu or Zhu or Sun, but many suspect that they may be tied to militarist elements in the army, especially Chen Jitang and Li Zongren. The conference has requested that Chairman Hu choose the chairman in name of unity. How much do I have now? I have like... Okay, that's fine. Let's choose Huang Hanling. Mencius and socialism. In Hu Hanmin's triumphant return to the forefront of Chinese politics, many have made attempts to understand what this revolutionary stands for. No other greater source of understanding the chairman can be found than his revolutionary writings and journals from days long past, albeit not all have been accepted unambiguously. One that has drawn particular ire even from his close allies in the Western Hills clique is Mencius and socialism. an immensely contentious piece in which the chairman argues that traditional Chinese philosophy is actually incredibly compatible with socialism. Within the piece, he praised the great Chinese philosopher Mencius. Mencius? I don't know. Mencius, and his stance on the division of labor. Those who did mental work and those who performed manual labor, believing in a fair system in which all would be entitled to work and to live a decent life of dignity. The chairman agreed with Mencius that man has inborn differences in talent and ability, and that socialism's abolition of levels was wrong, since people should be rewarded proportionate to their contributions. However, in ensuring people's rights to a decent life, Hu proposed the establishment of a genuine constitutional democracy, believing that the ideals of socialism also had merit in China, as those concerned for the poor had, throughout its long past, had long sought solution to the perennial phenomenon. Naturally, the fiercely anti-socialist stance within the KMT right has led to a series of scathing letters landed on the chairman's plate, accusing him of betraying Dr. Sun or even folding to the left. The chairman would defend his previous writings, showing that he has true and utter commitment to the revolution here and now. He could, however, simply ignore the outcries and blowback and focus on his work. For what can his political opponents do in light of the results he'll achieve? An embarrassing display. Oops, the Geely took like years fighting them. We destroyed them in like weeks. We're just the best. How much troops can I make? Not that much. Do I still in factories? No, I don't. Okay. Okay, I kinda need to get rid of some. Oh yeah, my military is still in disarray. True. I forgot. Let's do this to get some political power. And, yeah. I guess artillery. Got rid of our horrendous research speed modifier. Let's try and fix the military. I guess we could spend Revolutionary Zeal now. Yeah, should be fine. And that would be the end of the debuff then. I kinda wanna get Tanyan Kai to get the compliance. Du Jiang is also not that bad with the compliance then. But yeah. My throat is dead, man. Too much reading. Oh! I think 10 have woken up. It's a bit problematic. I still have the non-aggression pact, right? Yeah. But it's gonna be end now. Do they have a war goal against me? No, right? They can't. No, they don't even have their insurgency stuff here. Actually, yeah, they don't have this. So they're far from actually declaring on me. Oh right, I activated the reconstruction stuff here. No shit. Shit. Zhang Tai Li. Like, it would be great if I like knew what these buffs would actually do, which I don't. Yeah, no, I don't even want this guy. Yeah, let's reconstruct. Construction, yeah. There's some political power for the reconstruction then. I guess first the Feng Tian. Okay, yep, there goes the migration project. Let's get Tanyan Kai. Did I get more divisions? Or one more? Wow. So you kinda you do keep them if you want to keep them. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Look what we have here now. Guys. The 4th Central Executive Committee, with the light of Kuomintang control now shining on all corners of the Chinese nation, a most pressing matter has been presented to Huanmin. Whilst the revolution led from Guangdong and Guangxi, the party now encompasses all regions of China, and it must acknowledge this fact. Like Prussia and Piedmont before them, the party state must bring forth their brethren into the new age and incorporate them so as to partake in the national revolution. To take a first bold step in enacting this, members within the party have sought the expansion of the Central Executive Committee to include a more diverse array of members. With Hu Hanmin's exile in Moscow, his second Central Executive Committee majorly comprised of those close to him, and those who joined following the failure of the Northern Expedition. As a result of such, it was stacked with elders, clique, and Western Hills members almost absolutely, with the notable inclusion of Sun Fo, Wu Chao Shu, and Wang Kunlun in absentia. With the homecoming and return of the chairman onto Chinese soil, the committee was expanded to include the military factions who allowed such a return. With the capture of more and more urban centers, the populace and intellectuals alike clamor for another expansion of the CEC to properly represent all members of Chinese society. Key members within Guangdong and Guangxi suggest expanding the seats of the new Guangdong and the new Guangxi cliques. Others bring forth the idea of including members from other provinces to balance sovereign dominance. Some murmurs even indicate the inclusion of Deng Wei to encompass a wide front of democratic ideals and regionalist interests. Such decisions have precedence within party history, as previous committees had made attempts to balance the membership list by region, whilst also welcoming a multitude of warlord allies to ensure their compliance in military matters. Ultimately, the verdict is up to Huanmin and their vision for the future. We shall not replace Beijing with Guangzhou. Might have to delay this because, well, I can do the focuses in time, definitely. We have 20 factories right now, bro. Let's further integrate Yunnan. Can I also, can I Sichuan? Sichuan still has 3%. I don't want to risk it. Even though it probably would be no problem at all. It's also gonna help with compliance. Do we have anything else for compliance there? No, right. Not really. We don't have an engine, sadly. Which would help a lot. I could get another research that, or this focus will give us different effects depending on whether or not we have the advisors. If we have both advised, we will receive an additional effect. What? What effect? I accidentally pressed the console button, my bad. I didn't even receive like a justifying thing, right? Good to have my army up there, bro. Now, this comes at a great... I think even they are surprised by this declaration of war, right? They've barely anything on the border. Up, guys. Actually, let's keep that open. And tensions in Manchuria. This is now this new thing. This is now new for us. Let me just look what focuses I want to do. Because I need to actually fix the economy. Do I need special economic zones for this? Where's the stupid national reconstruction thing? No, yes I do need it, okay. Then it doesn't really matter what I do here, I need to go down there anyway. But yeah, let's do this then. Yeah. Die has been cast. Zhang has limited time before tensions boil over, which will increase or decrease based on the battlefield success and decisions by Shenyang and Tokyo. Should time run out, the Quantum army will attempt to force the Imperial Court's hand over and drag them into the war. Okay. Can I see this, or is that not visible for me? How like close they are to getting involved? Pin them down. Okay, wait, no, wait. Let me actually walk more troops in here now. I don't have fucking civilian factories. The divisions of 1911, the infamous Li Bai duo, has been vanquished, and with the new Guangxi clique threat receding, the civilian wing of the party has been able to breathe more easily. While others stopped to catch their breath, Huan Min has remained on the move, cautioning his comrades against the self-delusion of holding onto power for too long. Pedagogical as always, the chairman has used the recent incident as a lesson about the dangers of political entrenchment, railing against the complacency and corruption that comes along with it, arguing that Kuomintang must remain a dynamic, energetic force while also having enough flexibility to entertain alternative ideas. He has advised the party to look towards the Anglo-American system. Public servants were dedicated to the people while in the office and, more importantly, outside of it. An amusing turn of events, to be sure, given his prior opposition to representative democracy, speaking highly of direct democracy, and the besieged status of the Anglo-American values, but apparently quite sincere all the same. Politics, however, has also begun to change. Perhaps the party is far more dynamic than who gives them credit for. The chairman was long the champion of the civilian right, but part of that was because he was their only shield against the warlords and generals. While still respected with militarist influence in retreat, some are starting to question how much they truly want who to lead the transition to democracy. Indeed, with the party undergoing significant soul-searching, observers point out the parallels to the old days of the Tongmeng Hui during the original revolution, akin to the tensions between Sun Yat-sen, Huang Xing, and Song Jiaoren, while Hu very much represents the old revolutionary spirit of Dr. Sun. Western Hills grandees like Lin Sen, Zhu Cheng, and Zhou Lu seem much more inclined towards constitutionalism, while Sun Fu remains in his own world, dreaming of revolution and eventual democratization. In the spirit of Sun Yat-sen, we always remain on the move for progress's sake. So I think there are no integrated governorate, right? That's the last integration done. Once my troops are I have them here, would they be like, it's 2% chance. 2% chance, guys! Yeah, should be fine. Actually, let's train them for a second. Do I have trucks? No, right. Actually, I do have trucks. Actually, I do have trucks. Somehow. Okay, I'm gonna wait with that because I need this railway here be done. Oh, but Tianjin also got a border change, which looks a bit better now than the fucking square it was. Railways, when is it done? Okay, in 6 days, maybe even faster, a bit faster now with that. Taking this focus will present us with more trade and autarky decisions in the Kuomintang national construction decisions. Things, yeah, cool, nice. Okay, still the 30th of May. Okay, now we can continue our industrialization efforts. They're moving more troops in here now, so that we can encircle more and destroy more. That's great. Would be great though to see like how much time like they have until Japan arrives. Japanese 8 cut. Okay, that's a great sign. Okay, that's fine. I did press the integration button right. Yeah, okay, that's okay, great. So I can still use their troops. Phew. How much weapons do I have? None. Okay, great. Let's try and encircle them. Surplus squabbles. Thanks to Boxer indemnity funds and customs surplus, among other things, the Nationalist government now has a tidy sum of money, not currently dedicated to any effort or project. Many in the government have already drafted formal proposals for the proper allocation of the funds, first among them Liang Hantao, who advocates for an aggressive railway development plan. Zuo Lu staunchly opposes Liang Hanzao's relocation of the Boxer funds as they were originally promised towards the Ministry of Education by Sun Yat-sen, which Zuo Lu vehemently defends as a leading advocate of public education, backed by the Western Hills Guru clique. Clique, right? Yeah. Zuo Lu's opposition poses genuine concern to many on the political council. Independent of the squabbling of the civilian government officers, Chen Jitang and Li Zhongren have also outlined their plans for the use of the extra funds. Chen, as governor of Guangdong province, hopes to utilize the funds to enrich Guangdong and shore up his administration via the creation of railways, the development of government industries, and increased funding of his provincial military. Chen has enticed Hu Hanmin with promises of support should the funding be sent his way. Many on the political council have denounced Chen for his regionalist tendencies, but rather, curiously, new Guangdong affiliate Yu Hanmo has broken ranks, supporting his close friend Liang Hanzao in his plan. Li Zhongren has proposed that all of the funds go towards the National Revolutionary Army, as unification is far from over. Li argues that money spent on anything will be a waste, as future wars will disrupt those efforts anyways. While the political council remains unimpressed with both Chen and Li's proposals, they do recognize the considerable military influence both men possess, and are hesitant to have two enemies with control of the army. In the end, the decision falls to Huan Min to break the deadlock and choose where the funds shall go. What's my ranking thing here right now? That's actually kind of fine. Liang advocates true modernity. So let's fund the railways, I guess. Wow. Speaking of... Oh god, they're bombing me to death, man. Anyhow, that's a lot of troops in circle now. My dear Feng Tian, how do you always find yourself in such a situation? Oh yes, please give me guns. Like, I don't even have, like, civilian factories to, like, buy guns on the market. That's how poor I am, guys. Man, just enough it here, not at you. The warlord's new clothes. In a stark contrast to his normal modus operandi, the face of the new Guangxi clique, Li Zhongren has changed up his attitude in relation to intellectuals, liberals, and even northern conservatives, paying a noticeable increase in attention to their desires and even paying the occasional lip service with plentiful platitudes. Li Zhongren has gone further, outstretching a hand to China's regional minorities, such as the Muslims, perhaps influenced by his close compatriot Bai Chongxi, and others showing an unheard level of benevolence and care for their strife, troubles, and outlook on the national revolution. Yet this is not all, as recently it has been reported that he has been in correspondence with Zhang Yunmai, James Yen, and even the distant Huo Xi. Perhaps truly and utterly the warlord has changed his heart. Naturally, the more skeptical and cynical within the various central cliques dismiss such optimism, suggesting that Li Zhongren is clearly just attempting a rebranding of his image as a benevolent leader, positioning himself to eventually challenge the chairman for the throne of the Kuomintang. However, there still remains a hopeful undercurrent as to what degree must one flee from their own principles just for a stronger attempt at capturing power. The revolution has no place for warlords, or actually let's go with the other one. Perhaps he has achieved a true change of heart. Because with some of these focus I'm gonna increase the, the zeal again. Well, that's a few losses for them now. We can also steal the Sichuanese army now. which will come in handy in defending our coast. Yeah. Actually, this guy has literally... Do you have trucks? No. Oh, I have trains though. Wait, I have trains. Let's give me trains game. Industrialization. Industrialization. Wow, just one. Thank you. Thank you, game. You can 100% trust Lithuania. Do you think the Pacific Theater is much more fun with the new DLC? Definitely. Going to head off now. Good luck with the conspiracy sphere. Yeah, thank you. Shouldn't be too much of a problem though. I would say. See ya. Okay, we have guns now. That was great. Most of my army is composed of other guys. So let's get partial mobilization. That's gonna be helpful. How close are we to coring anything here? Oh, okay, close to coring Hunan. Yeah, I need that. Let's get trucks. Kinda need more troops. I think I'm just gonna occupy. Actually, yeah. I mean, I can do this though, but it's kind of unnecessary over here. Actually, I just remembered Japan now occupies the legation cities, so we should have troops around there, or else might be a bit screwed, you know. Are most of my reconstruction things just not in the states I occupy, man? Like, what the fuck? My army is, like, genuinely non-existent right now. I would need more soldiers, more equipment. Oh, yeah, I got more equipment now. I just need manpower now. We would get that if I get more cores now. Sun 4 intrigues. Without the overt leadership of Crown Prince in Right Kuomintang party politics, his reconstruction faction split on two halves has found itself playing politics with one arm behind its back. With accusations of being traitors or leftist splinters or even plants and spies for Paris or Wang Jingwei, many of the reconstruction faction's leadership have had to rely upon connections, reputation and less than honest tricks to maintain primacy. With men such as Wu Chaoshu persevering due to continued service, others within Sun 4's camp are less than safe from lambasting and denouncement. Liang Hanzhao, considered devoutly close to Sun, has received accusations of being but a mere spy for the Paris Committee's insidious intelligence operations, namely on his past service with Wang Jingwei, albeit through a close friendship to Yu Hanmo of the new Guangdong clique. He has become protected by Chen Yitang, and namely off limits except for only the most stringent anti-socialists. Li Hanhun similarly has folded into New Guangdong's embrace, namely on his recent appointment as Chen Jitang's chief of staff, albeit has gained the respect of even Li Zhangren. Most unfortunately and most strikingly in the eyes of Sun 4's reputation is that of Huang Hanliang, corrupt and decried as one of the criminal bankers that sold out the nation to foreign imperialists. He has not found any source of protection from either his own reconstruction faction or that of New Guangdong. Most recently, Huang's attempts to solicit the ejection of Wang Bochun, the Minister of Communications, from his position has resulted in a legal case against Huang for overstepping his authority and encroaching upon his own domain. Ultimately, the Chinese Supreme Court has sided with the Communications Ministry against Huang, and it would appear that Sun 4 is no better off for it. The Crown Prince should stay in his lane. Okay, we gotta get Japan involved, guys. Or else we're gonna have it even worse. So, you already know what we're gonna go for, as always. Oh god, and these guys also. Yeah, okay. Quick! We gotta do this quick. Oh, that sucks. Japan's still not joining. Interesting. Please, Japan, I need this. My borders are kinda homeless. Okay, not immediate OMGO. Thank God. I mean, you can even go further now with Japan not involving themselves immediately, so that's cool. But a bit problematic for me right now, as I have no idea when Japan would actually involve themselves, so I'm a bit cooked right now. More compliance, because I need that. Yo, Japan! I'm killing your guy here. Oh my god, they're blocking me off. Actually, though. Dude, I can't. No, you don't need a new DLC for the new update. The Northern Kuomintang. The Kuomintang has always been a sovereign-based party, with Dr. Sun being of Cantonese descent and many of his top lieutenants drawn from Guangdong. This problem worsened as conflicts arose between the Beiyang government and sovereign revolutionaries, culminating in a decade-long Guangzhou-Beijing split. Successive generations of leadership reinforced this regionalism, with Kuomintang leaders, officers, and supporters often being drawn from sovereign provinces like Guangdong, Guangxi, and Hunan. The major poles of Kuomintang activity were Guangzhou and Shanghai, and thanks to complicated systems of patronage as well as internal party purges, very few Kuomintang members of or National Revolutionary Army officers can claim Northern heritage. As a consequence, it was virtually unanimously welcome news to hear that the northern branches of the party have begun to blossom as the Kuomintang's legacy rises. Much of this has been credited to the spirited leadership of northern Kuomintang figures such as Ding Weifen and Ye Yuren. Ding led multiple secret political organs called the Grand Alliances, Datongming, as cover organizations for the party right under the noses of Beiyang warlords. His words continue to carry considerable weight in northern provinces. Ye Yuren similarly carries great stature, described as optimistic, sincere, and forthright. With a powerful build and speech, he carries the strength of the North despite his old age. Both are regarded as elder statesmen in the party, and though their seats on the CEC were once seen as a token gesture of national unity, now with membership swelling from Northerners, their hand has been strengthened, broadly aligned with Western Hills factions, which similarly drew support from Northerners. Their expansion has met some friction with our southern base, who now find themselves competing for valuable political posts as unification draws near. We are overjoyed, of course, to finally see this nation come together, but we should not forget who did the bulk of the work for this. In my Federalist game that I played, by the way, they were barely pushed back when Japan just decided, maybe I should declare war. And now it's just like I'm pushing in here and they're doing nothing, bro. Why are you doing this to me, my land? No. Not encircle me now. Oh fuck. This. There's another tile. Not good. What is this new system, dog? Yo, actually though, like at some point it has to be like, the timer has to go down because of things, you know? I would love to see like the timer. Bro, my template is complete ass right now because I needed manpower and guns. Both of which I'm currently wasting to try and get Japan to fucking come in here. For me to form the United Front and not be at war with all these losers. Yep, the next one's Jiang Zulin assassinated? Please. Please join. Thank you. Yo, decisions. Assholes. Okay, we're very overextended. So let's move a bit back now. Okay, who's moving down there? Don't move down there. But stop moving through down there. That's not gonna work. Shit, fuck. This guy's we're not in order, man. Just got the goddamn ports. Do we have anything under control here? Yeah, but there's no real infrastructure. Actually, let's blow up Guangdong. They took like all this stuff here now, man. I don't have too much troops. Okay, now I can actually build more. Which I definitely will, because I need more divisions. They're not gonna occupy... Why can I not invite them, by the way? How's national reconstruction looking, by the way? Bro, I have nothing anymore here. I probably need to extend this. Gonna go a bit back here to like territory that I could probably hold. We need to go back even further though. Yeah, maybe I need to go back even further. Okay, should be fine for now though. Oh, now they wanna join. Oh, what the fuck did I just move? I heard the vision movement. What happened? Nothing. Oh. Not good. What are they now occupying? What ports are they occupying? Or did they just get the entire legation cities for free? Probably not, right? Actually. How late is it? Oh, Jesus Christ. Health of the people, health of the nation. Since the early days of the movement, the Kuomintang have linked Chinese public health initiatives with the spiritual health of the nation. Fitting as their founder was also educated as a physician before he strove to heal the sickness plaguing the nation in Guangdong. The various party intellectuals and the provincial administration have continued existing health programs, a cause celebre on both the left and right, many which began during the party's initial 1920s rule in Guangzhou. In Guangxi, where there is a widespread lack of healthcare access and even more ambitious project is underway, the new Guangxi clique has begun a centrally planned effort, dividing the province into public health regions. Each region was to have a provincially funded hospital, opening new ones if none existed, expected to provide inoculations, collect health statistics, erect quarantine stations, and provide various other services. To support this expanded system, public health committees has been organized to manage it, and Guangxi University has opened a new medical school to provide additional personnel, and a drug factory has been opened in Wuzhou to produce medicine, bandages, and cosmetics. These hospitals would be center of the region's healthcare system, orbited by dozens of planned district clinics to serve the countryside. To work around a lack of trained doctors and funds, there are plans to place a paramedical officer in each village. In many areas and even within Kuomintang intellectual circles, traditional Chinese medicine by local healers and apothecaries remains popular, adding another dimension to the healing process. Its practitioners claim their ways not only heal the body but also the spirit. Despite high hopes, the actual efficacy of these programs are ultimately contingent on the amount of funding they receive from the party states' already strained budget. Moreover, in the near term, the actual yield of these projects seems more political than practical. A robust public health effort heals men and saves the nation. Is it Guangdong University for the research speed? They just get the legations, okay. That's what I waited for. Wait, why are they up there? What the fuck? Oh, right. That's what I waited for. Tianjin secured, Shantou secured, and Hong Kong should also fall now. I'm gonna let these guys deal with that. Hopefully they don't completely lose there. Nice, Hong Kong has fallen. Now we're gonna go back to guarding the ports. I'm just gonna guard ports. Stacking on it. Because can maybe get some Japanese divisions by just being on the ports, basically. So they decide to land, you know. But yeah, that threat is not that problematic. Okay, it's immediate naval invasion here. What? I have nothing. Yes, give me your divisions. Okay. I think this should be fine now to have a front line again. They stopped really attacking much, so that's great. And we lost stuff down there. Why? Did they land here? Did they do a landing? What? Or did they, like, get cut off here and move down there and what? Or did this bug and they could just, like, get into the port without actually owning it? Kinda annoys me right now. Sure. Let's go on 4 speed. Though, actually, yeah, they have barely any troops up here now. They sent all the troops away, but I need more divisions. Oh my god, I can't deploy them up there anymore. Good job, Shanxi. You doomed us all. Because of you, we're gonna lose this war now. You just had to take my land, right? You just had to do it. You just had to do it. Wait, Fuju's open. Fuju's open. LKMTAI, be smart. LKMTAI, why are you like, wake up, wake up. Now we got encircled. Nice, good job. Good job, guys. That's the effort we want to see here. Now they landed in there and I can't get it, even though they have no orc, because I don't do damage, because heard no supplies. Dude, like, the stuff down there is open. Please. Please, man. Okay, forget that. It's so over. They doomed us all. The LKMT. The Avengers I just brought out. Are they up there now? Yeah, they are. Okay. We gotta deal here in the north. We gotta deal with the stuff here in the north. No. Please pin them. You pin my divisions when I strategically redeploy them, but not theirs. Okay, move north, move north, move north. You update this Federalists, updated. Federalists, Right Kuomintang, Yunnan and Liangguang in particular with complete new focus trees. Sichuan Federalists got updated and like the remnants and like the Federalists focus tree, I guess. And Fengtian received some cool new stuff, I guess. South is not good, bro. I blame this on the left Kuomintang, just so we get that out of the window here. Man, just let it go, bro. They're moving away now. Where did this come from? Dude, you already have landings. No need for more. No need for more. No, no, yes, no, no. Oh. Okay, I'm just gonna activate the battle plan now, since they moved a lot of stuff away. Due to other fronts, apparently. Oh my. Man, yeah, prepare to fight me, but nah, Japan, we're gonna completely fumble the bag. Yeah, bro, still live stream after I finished 4 hours of extra class. Yep. Gotta keep the national revolution going, you know. Yep, that's what I'm fighting with. And warlord troops. Okay, Japan just completely like sent all their divisions away from here. Which I guess is great. I can get rid of things out of here, but it's also not that great that the South is completely falling apart. Yeah, it should be fine. The creditors claim their due. Li Zhongren may be gone, but the ideas he represented are hardly dead. Li, like most nationalist warlords, had an idiosyncratic view of regionalism, often defending the need for provincial autonomy and protecting their right to a semi-independent army to keep central government encroachments at bay. At the same time, they often bemoaned the lack of national unity and were quick to admonish any notion that they were secessionist. Whatever the case, their active promotion of these principles has found considerable currency across aligned provinces, taking advantage of Kuomintang regional, provincial and local level reconstruction and tutelage programs to enhance their own wealth and power. Even as General Li was escorted ignominiously from the Second Congress, few doubted it would be long before another took his place. Indeed, Guangxi is said to have quickly returned to its old status quo. They need not look far. Tang, the governor of Guangdong, is perhaps the strongest warlord in China and one of the most prominent opponents of regional autonomy, at least for Guangdong. His direct and consistent support for Huanmin and his ostensibly democratic allies has become a liability in this regard, though not quite in the same way as the new Guangxi clique was. Unlike Li Bai, Chen seems to have little ambition inside of Guangdong, even going so far as to eagerly aid Hu and the central government in their march north, if only just to get them out of Guangzhou. Rooting out corruption in Guangdong is not as simple or clear-cut of a matter. He does not pose an immediate threat to the central government and in fact has resisted entreaties from other warlords to join them in rebellious coalitions against the government. At the same time, he jealously guards his authority, refusing to allow any central government directives to bypass his office. Most have contented themselves with letting sleeping dogs lie, but a blatant hypocrisy is hard to dismiss. The separation between national and local government means each has their place. Absolute fumble. Oh my god. I mean, the good thing about the fumble is that they don't have any troops over here, but it's mean that I'm grateful for it. Oh my god, they got stuff in Daitong. Alright, this is probably to invade. Alright, we need some army stuff, I guess. Dare to Die Corps. I've been cut off again for no fucking reason at all. Actually, let's go up there. I need them to cap. How am I, like, getting Korea before? Honestly, the War of Resistance, like, feels now like a completely different experience as it was before. And I like that a lot. I did play Federalist Liang. And even with them, it felt like completely different. And also very great. Had a lot of fun with that. Even when I'm complaining about them fumbling, I'm still, you know, grateful that it's not the usual experience. Does make it a bit more fun. But yeah, I can just overrun stuff over here now, since, you know, Japan has their priorities in the south, apparently. Oh. I didn't think of that. I did not see that coming. Oh. Wait. No. No, reinforce. Please, reinforce, please. Oh, I didn't reinforce. My mills, you bitch. Oh wait, they have a port here. Oh, since when? Can't do this to me. This is outrageous. You can't do this to me. Okay, I'm not gonna fight this. I want the port back, please, ASAP. But I'm not gonna get it back. Oh my god. Go fuck yourself. You no, don't invade that. Oh, Canton has capitulated. Man, I hate having to look at both fronts the entire time, man. Especially with this now here. God damn. Okay, it's not that bad. Oh, it's... Wow, we have Korea. What the fuck? Okay, what the hell now? Kinda need to guard the stuff up here. Oh my god, what? My steel? Where did my steel go? What? I don't know. The headmaster's legacy. Chiang Kai-shek's reputation amongst the party is that of a troubled, one, considered by some to be a failure with the right intentions or an attempted dictator seeking to control the revolution, the failure of the Northern Expedition under his auspicious has led to a disgraced legacy. Both those on the left and right of the party rarely praised Chang's leadership, criticizing his political machinations and his capacity to lead the National Revolutionary Army to victory. Having brewed a distasteful attitude towards him from most of the establishment within the party, many of our esteemed leading figures, our commanders, would share that negative sentiment. Yet for the lowly foot soldier or fresh cadet, the legacy of the first headmaster is that of a positive one, a decisive leader whom would have successfully waged the Northern Expedition and Revolution to a closure had he not been taken away by assassination so soon. In fact, many of Chang's old clique from within the party and army are spread throughout China, and his influence is still echoed in the halls of Whampoa to this very day. Truly, some even argue that we should re-evaluate our perspective on the general, considering the Bushido concepts he had instilled in himself and his soldiers, producing a variety of soldier equal to none. His practical and pragmatic mindset enabling Chang to make decisions bereft of ideological concerns and the general loyalty to the revolution the Whampoa graduates exhibit. Embarking on the revival of Whampoa will require an official stance to be taken on the legacy of the first headmaster to set an example for all future cadets of the academy. An attempted autocrat. Can they please just, like, get annihilated? Oh, I got a port, thank God. um... Thank goddamn God, man. It's not as difficult, though. Luckily, it could be worse. Oh, what is this, bro? What is this? This is disgusting. Okay, now. Okay. Okay. I'll now take my actual divisions and use them to do actual stuff. These guys I will use to garrison ports. Well, the rest can... I think... Where do I push first? North or south? Let's push north first. No, north first. But it's just so that our... No, not that. So that our divisions don't get problematicized. Whatever. Shanghai first. But wait, look at the losses. Like just 50,000 troops, man. I'm not gonna read these events now, this is all army events. Don't really interest me that much. Oh nice, they actually also encircled them here now. What? They're doing stuff? What? What? No. What? What? They can do things? What? No. No. That, no. My left Kuomintang? No. Yeah, you have to be mistaken. Okay, they don't have Fading Sun because they control, like, Shanghai, I guess. Like, that's probably, like, one big factor in that. Don't know how much the other things down here are factor in that. End of the American Civil War, cool. That's fine. You can do that. No problem with that. I need Shanghai, please. What doctrine are you using? Irregulars. And Grand Assault, and that's it. By the way, could I can another one from my divisions look like this because that's all I can afford. And yeah. Thanks. God bless you, regular doctrine. I have so many units. All these are warlord divisions. Like all these are warlord divisions that I took from Sichuan and Yunnan, and some of these guys sent me their divisions. My actual divisions are just these. This is all I have trained up. Okay. Construction, right? Because they stopped my mill production. Oh, good that I like thought about it again. Actually, this is like almost complete. Wait, what? Construction 2? Yeah, about that. Let's just extend the plan a bit. Because it's gonna take a while. How long does this take? Oh god. Fading Sun already is happening, so that's great. Let's, by the way, create an agency. Okay. That should be great, helpful. That should be greatly helpful. From my the Chinese warlord era with this update is far more aggressive now, like a war every 30 minutes. I feel like Japan was always, and not Japan, the warlords were always kind of fighting a lot here. But yeah. Okay, wait a minute. Let's not aimlessly attack. Your new update made the unification process far more complicated. Okay, this should be fine now. Let me get that's for compliance. Okay, that's fine. The port stacking method is great because they can get through this stack, and we will get some cool stuff when they try and land there. No, the port goes from Right Kuomintang. This is so gonna cancel this stupid thing again, bro. Oh no, not okay. Never mind. It's still fine. What the fuck indeed? Bro, please die. Okay, at least they're pushing them back, thank God. Please, just let me get him out of here now. Please. Oh my God. Stop attacking. Let me do my... They're ruining it. Okay, I guess not. That's... Okay. Nice. If we could just do this, thank you. Please, like, please, please. Okay, to be honest, this is useless. They're not gonna land there anywhere. Sim would go for this, by the way. Alright. Now we just gotta guard the coast. Push them out of Shanghai. And be happy. Port garrisons is just whatever these guys build up. Oh, what? What? Wait, Lee Yuri? Wait, this guy is actually correct. What the hell? Resource speed doctrine, 15 doctrine cost reduction, and daily army experience gain. Hello? What the hell? Now, I do know that I think they removed the United Front truces that you get when the United Front is banned, so we'd be immediately at war with all these losers, so we gotta prepare for that. We do gotta prepare for that. Shouldn't be too problematic though, they don't have that many troops. Yeah, okay, what the fuck. I do have some of their troops though. It's doing like genuine training. I know I'm on Port Garrison, shut up. Man, so you really kick Japan anime girl? What when you Japan anime girls? So those who have been planning on creating videos? What the fuck? Proof of the party army. Of course, the moment they actually do land somewhere here. Doesn't matter too much. And I can retreat in there. Why are you force attacking? Man, you're annoying me. We should kick them out of there though. Will you make a video relating to this update this week? Not this week. Or maybe, I don't know. I don't know how I'm gonna feel. Because I didn't expect the update to come out Monday, to be honest. I was like, Tuesday, maybe Wednesday. But no. Monday, immediately there. Where are you guys going? Guys, stop attacking, we can push them out together. All right. The second HQ is gonna start now. I need to delay the reconstruction plan, by the way. More delays, more delays, more delays. My fault. I don't have construction too. All right. More army buffs now. I guess we can get navy things. 8 years war of resistance. No, this is China Reich. My voice is dead. I might continue the path tomorrow then, because it's already very late for me. And my voice is dead. Well, but mostly because my voice is dead. Alright, let's get rid of all these warlord divisions. Just realized my budget laptop is capable of running Hoi 4 at the same speed as the U. Yeah. I do not know how shit ass my computer is. You have no idea. But I'm trying to get a better one. Plus, you know, it's also a bit stretched because I'm streaming at the same time. And my RAM is actually Garbo. I literally upgraded it like around EU5 early access I got, yeah. But yeah. Okay, now they do have a war god against me immediately, so how do I do the front lines? I guess I could leave the north open, let them move their divisions there. Then I just have like this. And these guys down here in the south moving into their territory. Gonna wait with the United Front end so that I can actually move my troops around for the problem. We can open our trade lines again, border lines again, whatever. We can release Korea, which I think has a darker blue color now. In new economy, induced economy of RAM price, yeah. Could maybe be a problem, but could also not be a problem. Depends what my father does. Things, you know. Yeah, more revolutionary zeal. Soul of Wampor. I'm just gonna boost these a bit because it does say we could get speedy to the ledge when we announce so they don't need social liberal conservative popularity. But yeah. Though with this here now, I will leave it with the stream at that. A bit stretched because of the event reading, of course. My voice is dead because of the event reading, but yeah. And there's gonna be even more events now with unification and stuff like that, which I also want to get through. So I gotta recover my voice a bit, and I'm kind of close to the time where I actually wanted to be a bit done with this, but we're nowhere near being done. So I'm gonna do the rest of the things tomorrow in another stream. Probably gonna also start around the same time. But yeah. So you know, thanks for still being here around this, getting through this with me, and yeah. Tomorrow will be the rest of this path. And honestly, I had a lot of fun now in this game, because kind of was different than my usual games here in China, which perfect. Also interesting to get accustomed to the new Fengtian Japan joining things, but yeah. Up. see you guys tomorrow, and that's gonna be the end of the stream now. Bye bye.